There we go, I should be working now. I'm working now. Hi there, folks. Welcome to session 93 of the Tides of Chaos. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests, here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today, we've got my lovely cast. You haven't seen their faces in about 3 months' time, but here, well, 2 of them you've seen, but the other 2 you haven't. With me today, we have got Ruthless Rogue, we've got Big Gilly Styles, we got Charlie 182.0, and we've got just Dan. Oh, it's so good to be able to say all those names in that order. Ah, it's so good. Such a great time. Isn't it fun to be I just got a random scream from the ambient sounds right in my ear as I said that. That was pleasant. Any of the housekeeping to be done? Yes. As usual, guys, go and check out our Twitter at World Tree Quest, where you will find the pinned character application sheet for our next campaign, which is a Dragon Age campaign. We're moving away from D&D, we're moving towards other TTRPGs, and I'm finally doing what I've wanted to do for years, and I'm running a Dragon Age TTRPG campaign. Like I've said before, I usually have the rule where if people are playing in one of my campaigns, or have played in one of my campaigns, I kind of put new players, in priority. I'm not doing that with this campaign because it is a new TTRPG. So everybody's essentially coming into it new. So even if you're watching this and you've played at my table before, or you're currently playing at my table, please, if you want to play Dragon Age, go and check out the application, because Dragon Age is a really fun system, and I can't wait to bring it into people's TTRPG scope. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I've got for housekeeping today. And I'm going to break a rule. Usually I say to my party, guys, what the fuck happened last session? I'm going to break my rule, and I'm going to say to the entire party, including myself, what the fuck happened last session. Last session we only did get about an hour and a half of play, because there was storms here in Scotland, and my internet was going on off, and it just wasn't sustaining the stream. So we had to cut that short. By the grace of God, or as he prefers to be known as, Charlie, we were able to recoup the session notes. So we do have where we're starting off from. But yeah, what did get done last session? From what I remember, we woke up in our jail cells, and it was brought to everybody's attention. They'd been in these cells for a couple of days, which was a tactic that was used to keep people, kind of dazed, a bit discombobulated, a bit kind of unaware of what's actually going on and such. Now the party, I can't remember who it was that brought up, but I do know somebody brought up that, they've encountered this thing before, where when you go to another plane of existence, time works differently. So a couple of days here could be anything from an hour back home to even finding out years have passed. They have no idea.
Please don't be years.
We're going to roll for that today.
Oh boy.
What else did we do? Then everybody got to meet their cellmates. I know it's been written down there. I could actually remember I actually remembered all the cellmates. So we had Tallis, who found out their cellmate was a very well-known ranger who is quite good at the butt kicking, but not too good at the other stuff. We had Jacyk, who was in a cell with a fairly physically matched I'd say that's kind of fair. Yeah, they matched each other physically. Woman. We had Leonid, who was sharing a cell with a mind flayer. Or an illithid, as they actually corrected him in saying. And then Silas, this is one part that couldn't be remembered. Silas was sharing a cell with a rather podgy human with long scraggly hair, a long scraggly beard, who was lying flat on his belly, snoring obnoxiously loud. There was not much conversation had with him. The cells were
You should have shanked him right off the bat.
Just get in there, you know. You like to say in prison, find the biggest guy you can and shank them. The cells were relatively small. They were, 10 by 10, not the largest. Not a lot of room to move around. Definitely no room for activities. And then it got to feeding time, and the doors were opened to several of the cells, and the inmates were told to move to the back wall, and we left off with that there. As a reminder to everybody, so the party is fairly high leveled, but there's a couple of things about them being in prison. 1, they don't have none of their shit. Number 2, they have access to 0 magic except cantrip level or class capabilities, okay? So the wizard is all well and good to be able to get all those spell slots back that they've used, but they can't actually cast spell slots. The paladin is all well and good to pop out that divine smite, but only the standard one he gets, and only if it's on his fist. And our lovely bard, you can hand out all the bardic inspiration you want, but good luck doing anything fucking else.
I was under the impression that we had our gear.
No.
I'm not. Nope.
I thought we did. No, I know, but I thought the whole point was that they don't
wanted us to escape.
They want
so
us
we
to
had our
try to
stuff.
escape.
I remember specifically reading my book.
That's why you had access to your cantrips, because they wanted to give you the illusion of hope. Not all your magic was gone. They wanted to antagonize people into escaping. No, they wouldn't throw you into prison with your weapons and armor.
What about our other possessions? Because I do remember reading the book of
So
Lord
things like possessions, like a book. They're not going to think twice about a book. Githyanki, for all their apparent intelligence, do not put a lot of stock into things like that. So a book is one thing. A big ass sword is another thing. I believe the stipulation that we did have here was that Jacyk has Toothy, because Toothy was turned into rings.
Yeah.
So I think that maybe that's where it's being kind of a little bit crossed over. But yeah, Toothy is the exception to the rule.
Okay.
So you do not have your belongings. You do, to be more specific on that, you do not have weapons or armor. Anything that would be immediately seen as a weapon or armor will have been removed from you. But you still have access to cantrips, class and racial abilities, and yeah, Jacyk has Toothy. And anything you have like rings or necklaces, or I don't know, if one of you is packing a belt of giant string somewhere, they probably don't know what that is either. So
potentially like an orrery, they probably wouldn't care about that.
Considering the fact that the orrery is about 2 foot high. No, I'm totally joking. No, so the orrery I don't think they would have taken either. But the orrery still, like, you still cast spells from it. So you still
I can't use it.
But I mean, like, the passive abilities that come from the orrery would still be active, they would still be there. But no, like your what they would see as knickknacks, they would be chucked in with you, treated with very little care. But anything that could be immediately seen as weapons or armor is removed. So we had, if the notes are correct, they came into the cells, and the ones that had stood at Tallis and Jacyk's cell, Jacyk and Tallis had just essentially squared up to them and said, nah, we ain't doing this.
Hey, Jacyk was going to the wall.
Oh, okay.
It was Tallis and Silas who were doing it.
Right, okay, cool. That's my fault on that one. Tallis and Silas were going to stand up to it. Okie dokie. So let me just jump and grab this thing here. Yes, that's it. Okay, cool. So who do I want to go to first? I want to go to Silas first. That's what I want to go to. What? What's up?
Nothing.
What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing. I'm screaming.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Right. So, as a reminder, these the Githyanki that have kind of opened the cell door, they are not dressed anywhere near as resplendently as the knights and the soldiers you've seen kicking about here. They are dressed in maybe studded leathers, and the greatest weapons that they have to their hand is clubs. So, like I said, I want to go to Silas first. So, Silas, your cellmate is stirring drunkenly. Very moving and then falling back asleep, snoring, and every now and again giving the kind of burp that you would expect from some. They're showing the behaviour of a drunk person, although you haven't seen them drink. And where we left off, these Githyanki had told you to get up against the back wall before they put down the. What you can see here is slop. It's I wouldn't even call it gruel. Gruel at least has some kind of consistency to it. This looks like oaty flavoured water.
Yummy.
And you're refusing to go to the back wall, yeah?
Silas just doesn't move. He stays where he is, looking at the door, watches his cellmate presumably get up and go back against the wall.
Your cellmate gets up and is sitting hunched over on their bed, kind of flopped over, thick hair with that kind of salt and pepper where it's got streaks of silver through it, hanging over their head. You still haven't clearly seen their face. It's that thick and mountain man style hair and beard.
I'm familiar. I'll just look at him and say, "Are you gonna do what they tell you?"
He tilts his head to look you and go, "Ugh." And then he gets up, and he's got a bit of height to him, but there's very, very prominent, large, round midsection. This man looks like he's fit for sitting down and standing up, and that is it. But he doesn't really give any hints towards moving to the back or not.
Silas will lean against the side wall and just wait.
Okay. One of the Githyanki is going to step forward towards you, and they're going to pull out this long, slender club that they have. It ends with something that could be akin to almost like a beak. So not something that's designed to pierce or anything, but something that's designed to, if they give you a smack with it, it's definitely meant to grab and pinch at you.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to gesture towards you violently with it and be like, "I will not warn you again."
Good. Don't. I don't ask for another warning. Be about your business and be gone.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to make the roll. I will make the roll. First roll of Les Session. Which dice am I going to use today?
This gives me the strange feeling I should pull out some dice of my own.
Perhaps. I've heard that apparently when playing D&D, dice can be helpful.
A sense of foreboding that I may have just instigated something.
I rolled my Call of Cthulhu dice.
Ooh.
I got them from the UK Games Expo I went to in Birmingham.
Slay.
So that's a 19 to hit. Wait, no, hold on. No, it's the 19 to hit.
Okay. That totally hits.
They're so pretty. They got tentacles and creepiness, it's fun.
I think I'll use my my racial feature, Stone's Endurance, and just knock that damage down. But yeah, that'll totally hit.
Fucking hell. How much do you knock the damage down by?
12.
So they swing the club and they whack you for 5 damage. But you knock it down by 12. So they whack you with this metal club and it just like, it kind of just like stops on you. And as that happens, your cellmate is going to kind of at which point the other one is going to come in and start like, you know, smacking at him. He seems to and he kind of like goes down onto his hands and knees from the hits as they kind of lay into him a little bit.
I'll just keep staring down at the same Githyanki, and I'll go, cute. Anything else to add?
They just eyeball you, they give you this kind of stare, narrow eyes. And they say, rest your head with one eye poised. Your time here will be long, and we are patient. And they kind of throw the tray with the bowls and the cups of water down onto the wee table you've got. Kind of clatters about, you know, maybe like a good, like, you know, third of it splashes about the place. And they'll turn to leave, leaving your cellmate on the ground.
Silas will kind of roll his eyes. He'll walk over to his cellmate and help him up.
So
you're right there.
He gets himself up and he kind of like rubs his lip and he goes, he definitely put some effort into that one.
Well, they couldn't take it out on me. Sorry, they took it out on you instead.
It's alright, I'm tough.
You look it too.
He's gonna pat his like he pats his belly the same way like Santa Claus would pat his belly. Like there's like a gesture of pride in it. And he's like, worked hard on it.
Good armor there, for sure.
So how many times has escape crossed your mind?
Considering I just woke up here, a surprising amount in a short span of time.
Yeah, it'll do that for a while.
You don't think there's a shot at it?
Oh, there's definitely a shot. They want to give you a shot. See, these gith fuckers. They don't think much of us lessers. They want any excuse they can to kill us when they've got a justification. Not that they need a justification, mind you. You are on to Unarath. It's their home. Some of us wound up here by accident. So which corner of Faerun do you call home?
Tuma, if you know where that is.
No, I'm pretty much unfamiliar with anything west of Waterdeep.
What's your name?
Topo.
Topa.
Made it up myself.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure I had another name at some point, but I must not have cared for it. Because one of the last things I can remember is I woke up outside of an inn and I had the name Topo written on my chest. So, now I'm Topo.
Okay. Fantastic.
What's your name?
Silas.
Silas. Nice to meet you,
Yeah.
Silas.
Nice to meet you too. How long have you been here? Do you know? It's hard to tell time here, I'm sure.
I definitely didn't have a beard when I came in here. So, and he looks down at this mountain man beard that he's got now, and he's like, I think a while. Are you gonna eat that?
No.
You sneer at it now. Pretty soon that's gonna look like the greatest of meals to you. He's gonna pick up, and he specifically you see him go for like the cup first. He takes the cup and he drinks the cup, puts it down, and he takes your cup and drinks that down. By the way, be careful, they drug the water.
Beautiful. Well, don't worry too much about me. I have a unfortunate resilience to places like this. Just need to find my friends and we'll be on our way.
Oh, you got friends here?
Somewhere. I hope. I don't know. They may have been stupid enough to keep us all in the same building, but that's on them.
Well, I can tell you one thing. You're in the Dragon's Wing.
Dragon's Wing.
Dragon's Wing is a triangular tower built onto the skull of the big fella outside. It's a big old tower, and at the very top of it, it's got 3 corridors filled with cells. You have the divine pleasure of being the personal plaything of our great and powerful host, Queen. I don't know, lacking bits or something. I don't know.
Oh, the Lich, Vlaakiths.
That one.
Yeah, not impressed.
Well, I mean,
Only because I've seen scarier. But
I don't know about scarier, but I've definitely heard of the like. I don't know what her being a bitch has to do about it, but apparently she is one, so.
if her people are anything to go by,
Oh, absolutely.
poor,
Because-
religiously indoctrinated fools.
Don't let them hear you call it a religion. They'll laugh at you and then they'll smack you for daring to say that they stoop to something so low.
As religion, right, because they have truth, of course. The real truth, and no one else does. Yeah, cute.
He's going to get oddly philosophical as you say that and go, whether you call it religion, whether you call it belief, or whether you call it that weird thing where people talk to crystals and rub them on their foreheads to make themselves smarter. Everybody has a belief system. Belief is just simply the act of choosing to ignore the negatives of the world for the sake of viewing the positives as something better.
Largely, yes. Quite wise, considering... Well, I should know not to judge a book by its cover.
I judge away, I've learned not to give a fuck.
Okay, you look scraggly as fuck.
Yeah, and I haven't washed in about 4 weeks, by the way. They'll hold the showers off you first. It's to break the that's to break the mental morale.
I could kind of smell that off of you.
I think you're gonna like it here. Well, you better get comfy because I can't remember the last time I was outside of this cell. I think it was my birthday.
You want it to be soon? I can't tell you how soon. There's gonna have to be a way of coordinating. Probably someone is gonna find a guard who's not completely indoctrinated, slip them a message, word gets around to us, we find out how to meet. The usual, except I'm kind of the brains of the group, so I hope someone else puts that together. Anyway, I'm gonna lay down, because even though I just woke up, I feel like shit.
Welcome to Tunaroth. It is.
Thank you, Toto.
Shit. And then he just flops back down onto the bottom bunk, and within like seconds, this man is snoring.
Silas reaches into his little alchemist kit and pulls out 2 pieces of cotton and sticks them in his ears and lays back.
At this point, we're going to jump over to Tallis. So Tallis, same thing. The door's been opened, and 2 Githyanki have stepped in, saying very much the same things, up against the back wall, and you're choosing to go, nah.
Yeah, sorry. As soon as you called on me, I put something in my mouth to snack on, so...
Take your time.
Question, have they stepped through the door? Or they just opened it?
They've just opened the cell door and they've said to get back, like, to move back up to the back wall.
For shits and giggles, thaumaturgy, and I am able to instantaneously cause an unlocked door to fly open or slam shut. So she's just gonna stare at them,
Right.
blink, and then slam the cell door, like with magic. Yeah,
so the
slam it
door
shut.
opens and they tell you get back. You turn and look at them, blink, and it slams right shut. It doesn't hit them off, like, because it kind of rattles like against the kind of solid stone frame, but it does make that big, like, metal on stone clang, and it does kind of make the Githyanki jump back a bit. What's your passive insight, Tallis?
My passive insight.
Passive insight, indeed, is what I'm looking for.
26.
26.
Yes.
So on a 26. So I've just seen somebody message in chat. We don't need no buts. Goodbye. 26, you said, yeah?
Yes.
See, bots made me forget the number that was in my head. On a 26, you'll see that there's definitely like some. Oh, they're not happy about the fact that you've humiliated them. Oh, they don't like that. So a similar thing is going to happen where they are going to step in towards you, and they're gonna draw again one of these clubs, and they're going to go to make a move towards yourself.
Times. Immediately slams it again.
Okay, so on that one, I'm going to make them roll a dex save to see if they can don't take a door to the face. That's actually not that great. However, they are Githyanki, and Githyanki as monsters are fairly.
They're pretty quick, yeah.
Not quick enough, apparently.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go based on the baseline for this kind of level encounter. The baseline being a 15, and they come up with a 13 on that dex because they have nothing to their dex saves, just their basic. So that's a total of 50. That's a total of 13. Sorry, so it's not going to be enough. So I'm going to say we'll treat it like a club, and what's your strength modifier, Tallis?
Oh fuck, nothing. +1.
Okay, so roll a d6 and add +1, and tell me how much bludgeoning damage this guy's going to take straight to the noggin.
4.
So the door slams shut, and it's like the crossbar catches right on their face. If it weren't for the fact that Githyanki had no fucking noses, this motherfucker would have a burst nose. As it is, he gets a bleeding lip and a scratch on his forehead because there's nothing to stop the thing from hitting both those parts. So he kind of jars himself back, and
She just kind of raises her eyebrow at him.
he's going to push the door open again. And then this time he's going to hang back.
She just crosses her arms, waits.
Okay.
I still got one more, bitch!
As you do that, your cellmate is going to go, it is not only Minsk who is good at the butt kicking.
Of course I got fucking minced, guys. Of course.
He was on the random list of D12 people that I put in
No, I
here.
love it. I love it.
Mostly because I looked at the Spelljammer books and I was like, alright, cool, I need to pick things that are out in space. And on the front of one of the books, it's just Minsk riding a sun dragon, like. So I was like, There we go, Minsk. Minsk was the first one in.
Captain America, I can do this all day.
I'm gonna need to roll for the.
Because technically I can. I can just recast this bitch.
So the one at the
Wow.
back, the one holding the tray with the slop and the water on it, they've got this look, this like really like. They really want to get involved in this look, but their superiors in front of them, and their superior rolled quite low. They only managed to get a 7 on the charisma save. They're not going to go in, but they're going to turn around and take the tray, and they're going to put it inside the door and just like kind of shunt it through. You know, like they put it on the floor, then they kind of kick it in with their foot. They don't cross the threshold of the gate of the door again. They're not willing to risk that. Anything you would like to do on that one, Tallis?
I mean, as soon as they put the food in, just to be spiteful, I got one more time on it, so she's just gonna slam the cell door shut again, because it's not like she's getting out, so fuck it. And then just...
Okay.
Peace among worlds!
Minsk will turn and look at you and say, Minsk felt good to see you give the door butt kicking to the frog people.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I have nothing except for spite right now, so I might as well make use of it.
And still you have more to hold than Minsk does, for they have taken Minsk's heart. And he sits on his bed, really forlorn, really over emotional face.
Literally or figuratively? I mean, I'm assuming figuratively, but you never know.
Minsk is not good with the knowing of the words. But Minsk can tell that you are curious to hear the story of Minsk.
Sure, go ahead, Minsk. What else do we have to do?
He weaves you this tapestry of his entire life's achievements. Like, you're sitting here you've opened the door and this motherfucker goes back to, it was a rainy day when I was born, I think it was a Monday. He's painting a picture. And throughout the entire thing, he's talking about all these amazing people he adventured with, and he talks fondly of his best friend, the great and powerful warrior that is Boo. And he says that, you know, when they were captured, that he and Boo were separated, and that they've told him that if he acts out in any kind of way, they will execute Boo. And Minsk just can't have anything happen to Boo. And then he kind of like rubs his eyes like, do not get Minsk wrong. Boo is a great and powerful warrior. He has felled many great foes over the years. But Minsk still worries for his friend.
Right. That was a lot to take in. And so I suppose you're not interested in a prison break then?
Minsk would not want to endanger Boo. For as much as Boo has the terrible claws and the gnashing of teeth, Boo also has the soft underbelly, and Minsk would not wish to risk this.
Hold on, so your great and powerful warrior friend is some sort of animal?
You are joking with Minsk. Boo is not an animal. Boo is a miniature giant space hamster.
I don't think I have quite enough time to delve into that. You know what? gonna...
It is okay.
I'm just gonna skip past all of
Minsk
this.
is used to people being speechless when they hear of his greatness.
I'm sure. Perhaps we can find him. I don't really know. But if you're interested, I'm going to be getting out of here. So if you want to join, great. We can try and find Boo. Otherwise, you know... Nice knowing you for a little bit. And then she's... Whether he talks to her or not, she's immediately casting message. And be like, Silas, got any grand ideas yet?
So we would have to be within 120 feet of one another. So
Yeah, so who knows if it goes through.
Oh, that's the wrong book. That is not the correct book at all. This is the Book of Maps.
The Book of Maps.
The Book of Maps. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 105, 110, 100. Oh! Bang on 120 feet away. From here to here. Bang on 120 feet.
Well, look at that. It's like cell service. You have to be at like one end of each of your
for real.
room. I think it's going out. I think it's going
Can you
out.
hear me out?
You're like the
I'm going through a tunnel.
You're like the equivalent of the guy standing knee deep in the ocean doing this and getting 1 bar.
Yeah. Sure.
It's like, hi, I know it's hard to hear me, but I currently have a turtle sniffing my toe. You're that guy.
What's your message?
It was just any brilliant ideas about how to get out yet?
Ah, perfect. Oh, good to hear from you. Glad you're fine-ish.
Well,
Okay.
I'm stuck in a cell with a man who thinks a hamster is a great warrior.
And they think he's giant. Remember?
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey, shut the fuck up! You're not in this message.
No, I'm not. I'm just...
No, there needs to be emphasis on this.
The problem is you know too much about Minsk and Boo. Tallis knows nothing. That's what it is, like the insanity that is Minsk and Boo to anyone not knowing who they are.
That's cool.
Right, he's going to be useless because apparently the hamster will be killed if he acts up. I did slam a door in a god's face, so that was fun.
That's fun. A guard hit me with a club, and it dented his club.
Glad to know we're on the same page here. Speaking of which, get us the fuck out of here.
Oh, that's right. Silas, please wave your little magic hands and get us out of whatever predicament I got us into this time.
I
Okay,
would
it
like to
wasn't
make it
you
very
this
clear.
time. No, you're not in
Exactly.
the doghouse. Someone here is in the doghouse. And I'm not sure if I will be resulting to violence or simply point and laugh the next time I see them. We'll have to see which I feel will be worse at the time. Okay, hear me out. They have to come through for counts and meals. Those are consistent things we can rely on.
Look, I have basically none of my magic right now outside of, like, little tiny baby spells.
I don't really either, but if we can find Jacyk and rally around him, make our way to the warden or try to find the source of the magic field. Actually, hold on. Do we want to tear down the magic field? What if some of these people are actually criminals?
Honestly, I don't really care. It's somebody else's problem.
What a very pirate mentality. I like that. Okay, it's somebody else's problem.
We kind of lost that along the way, right?
I mean, honestly, if they are able to get themselves out of the astral plane, they deserve their freedom. Let them do what they're gonna do.
Everyone deserves their freedom, technically. Prisons are awful. Great! Prison break. Let me see if... Okay. From where you are, reach out, look for Leonid or Jacyk. I'll do the same. One of us is bound to find them. We coordinate around our next mealtime, which bold of us to assume that's going to be at the same time and not staggered.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how that goes. Right, I'll try to find Leonid, you try to find your fiance.
Well, if you can't find Leonid, try to find Jacyk, because he might be
fair
over there.
She's gonna end the message with him and aggressively cast message for Leonid. Basically, like, whisper scream. It's like,
How dare you steal that car?
Yeah,
Leonid
you're
gets the
sending him a
howler.
howler. Jesus.
Your father's now facing an inquiry at work, and it's entirely your fault.
yes, that is the vibe.
You know how when she's saying that and she says if you put another toe out of line, did anybody think she said if you put another tongue out of line? Because that's what it sounds
I don't know
like.
if I heard that, but interesting.
Fair.
Speaking of Jacyk and Leonid, before you guys go to doing the messages to them,
Yeah.
I want to get their initials. So I think we go to Leonid. Yeah, we're going to go to Leonid. Leonid.
So, slight... I don't know if this is a retcon, because I don't 100% remember what I had said that I was going to do when they entered the cell.
I don't think we got to you. I think we got that they were coming to the cells, and we got Tallis and Silas saying they were going to be quite standoffish, and then when I actually went to do the demo open the doors, that's when the stream kept going on off on off on off on off. So no need for a retcon. I don't think we actually got to you, buddy. So
Perfect. Well, then Leonid's just going to be reclining as calmly as possible on his cot, reading his book when they arrive.
okay. Your one is slightly different because they don't come in and give you hassle. And the ones that come to you, there's about 4 or 5 of them. And when the cell is opened, 2 of them step in first, covering each side of the door opening. And then one who looks definitely not dressed like a guard. They've got almost like robes with metallic cuffs on them and such. And they look at your cellmate and they say, "To the back, Geich, and think before you do anything that could be construed as harmful." And you see your cellmate stand up with these 4 long tentacles, like twitching at the ends, and they move slowly to the back wall, never taking their large eyes off of the Githyanki. What would you like to do, Leonid?
Without looking up from the book, I suppose you are here for mealtime, yes?
Turns their head to look at you. Our magnanimous queen has opted to feed you, taking resources from those who would be better served with a full belly.
I would expect so. I assure you, well, I assumed she had some basic manners. I do appreciate you bringing the food directly to our rooms. It is quite kind of you to offer room service. You can leave it on the floor, and we will gather it once you leave. I don't particularly like to eat around the serving class.
advantage.
We are a really spicy group.
Like, really damn spicy, guys. Like, surrounded by Githyanki in a prison built by Githyanki. Let's point out their tiny noses. He's all just turned into like different versions of Adam Sandler. Like, you do realise that, right? The only thing that's missing is that one of you isn't pointing and going "Wee!" at somebody. Like, that's all that's missing here so far.
We got Jacyk next, so hold your breath.
Jacyk, do the thing. Okay, so they're going to give you this real intense look, and very quietly they're going to speak to you. What did you call me?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Have I made some sort of mistake? Usually, people who bring food are servants or some part of the guest staff. Have I made a mistake?
Are we not in a 5-star hotel right now?
Are you telling me this isn't the plaza? Like, Lane and this Githyanki is going to look at you, and you can see the eyes of the other ones here giving this person a look. Incredibly evident that they are judging them based on how they react to this. And they're going to turn to you and they're going to flex their hand at you, Leonid. Leonid, what's your passive perception?
18.
18. Okay, dokie. I would like you, if you wouldn't mind, to make me a history check.
History check.
History
Okay.
check, please.
Not great. That's an 8.
Okay. So on an 8, don't get anything on that, I'm afraid. Will a 23 hit you?
Yeah.
Yes. So they look to you, they splay their hand, flex it, and you feel this smack of force right in the centre of your chest, throwing you back. You don't really go back far because you're sitting down, so you just kind of like push up against the wall. But you will take... You'll take 11 force damage as they hit you with like a pretty localized, like telekinetic burst. Enough so that it would push you flat against the wall that you're kind of sitting next to, and it would kind of drive the wind out of you. It's not definitely not the worst injury you've ever had, but like if you've ever been winded by falling and landing flat on your back, it's not a pleasant experience. So it's like that. And they will say, you will learn to speak well to your betters, Ishtik.
Leonid's gonna close his book, set it on the bed, stand up, and not at all in a threatening way, is gonna approach the Githyanki that used the telekinetic push on him. You look educated, yes? I've heard great things about your culture and infrastructure. I'm sure your education is to be admired, correct?
They don't give you an affirmation or a negation, but they do kind of narrow their eyes at you. Very much a kind of, where are you going with this?
Well, I would hope that even with such rudimentary magic, you've heard of some of the more powerful aspects. I don't want to get too close, but look in his eye, right here. You see that little ring, yes?
Am I supposed to be impressed by some soft-core genetic mutation?
Well, I would not expect it if it was a genetic mutation. Now, due to the truth, it being quite possibly the most powerful raw source of magic in existence, one that could erase you and your entire intelligent kind out of existence, I would expect a little bit of interest. Now, luckily, you're all very civilized here. Bring me food. Very kind. I never forget. Perhaps we can speak with civility, now that we know who's... let's just say, holds cards, yes?
Make me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Okay. $29.
On a 29. They stare at you for a long and hard moment. Before they turn to the rest and go, "We move on now. Let us leave the rabble to their paradise."
Ugh, you're too kind. I have much reading to get to. This will be perfectly fine for today, but perhaps tomorrow you can bring something a little bit more appetizing. Nothing insane. I'm sure you have your rules that you need to attend to. Just something that actually looks like food. Yes?
If the 23 hit, this one will definitely hit. That's a 27. And another one of those telekinetic bursts is going to come at you. This time they don't even look at you, they don't turn to look at you, it's just you feel that shove. As you choose to antagonize the Gith. Oh, that one was decisively nastier. 28 force damage on that one. Before you carry on from there, please excuse me one moment. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in like 2 moments, okay? Talk amongst yourselves about how Leonid is definitely going to get
A
executed
damn
for antagonizing
fool.
Gith.
Yeah.
I don't know, you guys.
You think this is Layden's first prison break?
You guys are all spicy.
I'm trying to build rapport. I was quite kind.
You insulted this man and his culture right out of the gate.
I simply said that we were equals, okay? I didn't know equal rights
no.
was...
Whoa! Hello, good sir. You must be from the serving class. Do be sure to bring something more appetizing next time. Thank you.
I need good food, okay? Planning a prison break requires sustenance. I'm not gonna eat gruel. Leave me alone.
This man is like, I'm trained for this. I am a respectable soldier in my queen's army. I am defending these vile creatures. And you're like, I don't know, you don't really look educated. Do you guys have education here? It's like where you like teach people how to do things, like education. Like,
I mean, if you're
because you
serving
train-
gruel in a prison, you can't be a very high-ranking member of society. That's just...
it's just funny because you're just like, yeah, I'm building rapport. I'm like, oh no, you are not. The only rapport you are building is this man is going to be whipped first.
Certainly try. And probably succeed. I don't have a very high strength or dex score.
That's the unfortunate thing, is that the tough act works, right until you're made to feel squishy.
Yeah, and honestly, being a bard, like I have nothing to go for without any spell slots.
It's so funny because I'm pretty sure if we just decided to do nothing, Leonid would get himself killed. Because he would be sure that they're going to break out and something's going to happen, and he would just keep talking smack.
You know,
And
I'd like
it
to
would
think
just get him.
I'd like to think he'd wise up eventually, but as of right now, he doesn't feel that he needs to grovel or anything in this situation. That might change if he gets stuck here for a long time, but as of right now,
Sure, don't grovel. Just don't degrade.
I was thinking about the prison break, and I remember being like, oh, there's gonna be someone coming to our door. Like, I wonder what's gonna happen. Haha, let's figure it out. And this entire time, like, when I first thought, I was like, I'm gonna play it slow. We're gonna kind of, like, feel out the rhythm. And then literally saw the fucking dopest video of Supergirl suplexing Darkseid into his own Omega beams, and was like, that is what I'm going to do.
Ha!
So this entire time I was like, yeah, I know I said Jacyk was like, he's just gonna like, he's gonna wait up. The plan is that they come in, this guy's gonna step in, and Jacyk is gonna go put his hands from on the wall onto his head. And then the guy is gonna, go to put the food in, and he's just gonna grab the guy from behind and basically head slam him into the wall in front of him and walk out. That's the plan.
This is all going to happen much sooner than was anticipated. Everyone be ready.
Yep.
You know what?
Maybe
Beautiful.
maybe not. Maybe won't do that. Maybe won't do that. But it was very much a, yeah, I saw that video, and I don't know if anyone else has seen it, but it was just like, oh, this is fucking dope. Yep, we're doing it.
You maybe want to save it for the next mealtime after we've had a chance to chat or something. But then again, what would Jacyk do?
No, and that's well, the thing is that Jacyk quite literally was like, no, we're gonna wait. We're gonna see what happens. Play it right. Oh. Bam! There it is. So it like there's a little bit more to the gift, but it's like the perfect moment of the gift. Fucking flies around, dodging the beams, flies up to him, fucking suplexes him right into it.
Nice. I haven't seen that movie yet.
I haven't either. I saw this video and was just like, oh, I need to watch this. There's a whole bunch on Max that I need to watch.
Yeah, I've seen some of it, and the Batman movies specifically that are a part of the DC animated universe are really good.
Yeah,
I think they're great Batman stories. I love Damian Wayne. I love the Teen Titans versus the Justice League movie, even though it's so cheesy. But there was just their Justice League Dark is really good.
Yeah.
There's just some fun ones. Like, have fun with it.
Yeah.
It's way better than the actual live action movies.
Yeah, it's not too hard though, is it?
That's a pretty low bar.
I mean, low hanging fruit, man. You make fun of it Because you can.
I'm pretty sure.
Not because it's easy, but just because you can.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure I told better stories on, like, the playground during recess in 3rd grade. But it's alright.
But I know Dan said he's got his drink, so I was literally like, I'm gonna make my own.
I just had my drink. My 4th cup of coffee today. That's probably a fine amount.
4?
4.
See, the problem with non-alcoholic drinks is there's absolutely nothing stopping me from chugging them before the session even starts. Because, like, I have no restraint. I feel no need for one because it's Sprite and syrup. So it's been gone since, like, 10 minutes into our call.
Hi there. Thank you very much for your patience there. Leonard.
After they leave, you know, in hindsight, that might not have been the most wise decision I've ever made. See, problem is, I'm kind of turning to Obellum as I say this. I'm usually used to long cons. When it comes to prison breaks, I've been in prison for a full year before, you know, taking time, making friends. Me and Steve stay in contact, and he was a guard who beat me for like 2 months. But we eventually became quite close friends. Unfortunately, I don't have time for that here, which is why I tried the intimidation, which is not best move given the circumstances. Now, I don't know much about your kind, but I did have a friend. He was quite intelligent and able to process information on a much better speed than I could. So I assume you have a way of breaking out in mind, yes?
I have considered escape several times, but I do not think that escape would be wise for someone like myself.
And why is that?
I am an abomination.
Okay, with all due respect, I don't think so. I'm a mess as well. I mean, I used to be a criminal who then became a pirate, who then became an elemental, who then is now serving a dragon god and made a bargain with all of that. It's quite a mess, but it's more what you choose to do as opposed to who you are as a person, no?
You follow a dragon.
Absolutely, yes.
Then you must be a warrior of great renown.
You know, I'd like to say yes, I really would, but something recently has been compelling me to be a little more honest, and I'm trying, I suppose.
I understand why an ishtik like yourself may not understand it, but I am an abomination. And
You know what
therefore,
else is
I
an
should not
abomination?
be allowed outside of this cell.
Aw, buddy.
But a Lich Queen is fine?
You know of the treachery of Vlaakiths.
Very little bit, but from what I've heard from a friend, yes, it's quite... Well, I can't imagine a Lich ever being a good ruler, and these people don't seem very nice.
We were kinder, I believe, before the Illithids fell upon us.
You said were you one of them?
I do not have the honor of calling myself Githyanki anymore.
Oh.
Okay, I want to tread upon this very delicately, because clearly I'm not in the know about this culture, and as much as I can make an ass of myself, I am aware of that. But in a very brief amount of time that I've been here, you have shown much more kindness and honor and humanity than they have. If you're such an abomination and they require such reverence. What's up with that?
They simply choose to follow a liar rather than follow the true ruler of our people.
Could you clue me in on that?
You truly are from far away from this place, aren't you?
Yes.
I am a follower of the Prince of the Comet. The son of Mother Gith. Orpheus.
Okay, yeah, sure. Sounds like stand-up guy. Well, I have a question for you. If you know that these people are following a terrible individual, and you have truth that there is a better one for them to follow, what better way to redeem yourself if you see yourself as in need of such redemption than leading them to the truth? I mean, frankly, where I'm from, I don't know how it is here. Someone's worth is, well, it's innate, but whether someone is a monster or not usually has to do with their actions moving forward. And it seems to me like it's a much more honorable thing to lead people out of enslavement from a lich than to stay in a jail cell for the sake of pride? I don't know.
I tried to speak of the truth of Orpheus, and that is how I came to be here. The Queen Vlaakiths does not like those who speak truth about her path. And when I spoke that truth, I was remanded here.
Well, I'd imagine that there probably are more people here for the same reason, yes? I mean, if this is where she keeps all of the undesirables, it's probably a good amount of people here who feel the same way, yes? Or at the very least, don't like Vlaakith and would be willing to do something about it.
Perhaps.
I mean, I at least can attest to 3 other individuals here that would be willing to join the cause at least temporarily.
Perhaps there are, but they would not wish to aid you if you were to be seen with myself.
I'll tell you what. You let me do the talking, and you do the thinking, because that's never been a specialty of mine, hence the prison cell. I mean, frankly, I see your life has plenty of value regardless of the physical shape you take. But if you value it so little, why not give it a shot? I mean, change is better than staying in a jail cell eating goop all day. In my experience, trying is almost always better than not. Especially when your present circumstances are this bad.
Leonid, make me the persuasion check, you smooth-talking son of a bitch.
Might not have worked on the guards, but, you know. Alright, that's gonna be a... You said persuasion?
Persuasion.
21.
This mind flare will turn their face to look at you, those large bulbous eyes staring deep into you, and they will say, "To hear you speak, it is a wonder that you were not born among the children of the stars. Your mind could do wonders were you not enclosed within the body of an inferior species."
Oh.
I'm gonna choose to take that as a compliment.
I would like to escape. I would like to be free to pursue an end to my existence.
I'll make a deal with you. You help me and my friends and maybe the people around here escape. And you give me a chance to convince you to stick around on this mortal plane a little bit longer. If we get out, you give me a chance to convince you, you decide to move on, you move on. If I convince you, well, maybe you stick around a little bit longer. Either way, you get to stop living in this, which is terrible, frankly.
I will give you a chance. I would like to escape.
Well, you tell me the plan. Also, I have this strange feeling I'll be getting yelled at some point. One thing I can count on is my friends' tendency to make sure to hold me accountable for my mistakes, which I greatly appreciate. They just don't always do it in the most gentle way, which is understandable when I end up getting us in prison. So, if need be, I can communicate the plan to them if and when they pop up. So we should have more people as well.
They will be... I mean, they don't really have facial expressions, so to speak, but they seem accepting of that. And they go silent. Is there anything else you wish to do there, Leonid, or is that it for yourself?
That's gonna be it.
We move on lastly to Jacyk.
Yarp.
So, the same thing for you, Jacyk. They arrive at your cell door, they move it open, and they tell you to get your back up against the back wall.
Our back up against what? I thought it was hands on the wall. No.
I meant to say
Okay.
back up against the wall.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I didn't mean for the "you're" to come in there.
No, yep. So Jacyk's gonna, kind of sit up, watch, his, roommate to see what they do. It's 2 Githyanki, correct?
2 Githyanki for you.
Yeah.
The only reason there was more for Leonid cells because there's an elephant there.
Gotcha.
And we all know how them Githyanki love them elephants.
A little too much. No, yeah, so Jacyk's gonna kind of watch to see what the other person does for the room, the woman that was working out.
Huh. She is going to, when they say that, she's going to take a look at them, continue doing the presses on the edge of the bed. Like the prison back presses.
Yeah, dips.
Yeah. She just keeps doing them while locking eyes with them.
So Jacyk sees that, looks to the back wall, looks back to them, and he's gonna kind of like look to his own bed, and he's like, looks to her and say, "So is this what we're supposed to be doing?" And is going to kind of get in position to do his own dips.
She will see that, and she's gonna smile and say, "Definitely. They dinna like it when you do something non-aggressive, but definitely against what they're telling you to do. Short man complex is what I like to call it."
Jacyk's gonna kind of like size up the Githyanki. They are rather short.
Oh, definitely, aye. And she's going to point to the one with the bowls and be like, "That one there, I probably eat... I used to eat heavier than him every morning. What do you reckon, about 150 soaking wet?"
No, look at him. I'm sure he's barely breaking 140.
Maybe.
And then Jacyk's gonna go, How about we do this? Why don't you take that one, I take this one, and we both bench them to see how much they weigh?
She's going to turn and look at the Githyanki and go, what'd you make of that deal? And the Githyanki are just like, the idea of being touched by a lesser species, are like, ugh.
How about a better deal? Both of you try to bench us. And then Jacyk is going to just kind of turn to this woman, and just that ever so slight face smile is going to grin and flash for a second to her before turning back into more of that, like, why don't you just bench us, muscle bro?
This Githyanki is definitely freaked out by the fact that you guys are talking and being quite buddy-buddy with each other, but he also did not start this job yesterday. So he's just gonna... No, we will not enter the cage. Takes the train, slides it across the floor towards you and your cellmate, and says, your days are numbered.
So, it's a no for the benching of either of us.
Insipid Ishtink.
He said insipid. I think he's trying to insult us.
Your cellmate will be like, I wouldn't know, the word's too big.
Well, at least we know his tongue can lift big words.
It's the only thing he can lift that's big.
Come on, I'm sure he's got... No, you're right, he's not lifting anything big.
I'm gonna call that a disadvantage on that save, because they're coming.
That's what we call a vicious mockery, if we have one.
This is how melee classes vicious mockery. We just mindlessly berate them until they eventually go, why are we so misery? Yeah, on a 10, that's not going to cut it. Their morale drops. Like, you watch the bottle crack. Like, the butt cheeks are clenched at this point, and they'll back away from your cell door, muttering about how this wasn't even supposed to be their detail, before they vanish off.
I'm gonna look back to her and say, any concerns with the food?
No, not that I can make out. However, I do start feeling a wee bit wobbly in the knees when I drink the water.
Good to know. JC's gonna kind of look at the food. Kind of ate before. Now he's probably a little bit hungry now. He's gonna have some of the food. He is gonna offer a little bit to ring, Toothy, though I can't imagine that this gruel is gonna be to Toothy's liking. So before, like,
sorry, go ahead.
To be honest, like, so if the bowl's here, like, palm Toothy, to not quite alert the roommate of Toothy's presence.
Okay, so, sorry about that. So you palm the ring and put it kind of sitting on the edge of the bowl, and Toothy will lap up a couple of mouthfuls of this gruel before you feel that familiar sensation of tremoring as Toothy is like, ugh.
Yeah.
And it just comes into your mind, Torful not like munchings and crunchings from here.
What do you say about that small one the next time the door opens?
Yes, Torful will open all.
Perfect. Jake's is gonna kind of like have some of the gruel kind of eat it up a little bit, and then he's gonna turn to her and say, well, once I have some sort of communication from my team, we plan to get out of here. It would be a very big help if you could assist in that, though I don't want to put you in any danger.
Oh, no, definitely. Take me out of here, please.
I will keep you updated. And Jacyk's gonna kind of sit back on the bed again, and just gonna kind of wait, and he's just gonna start thinking. Tallis, Silas, Leonid.
You don't have magic.
What's
No,
her name?
Huh?
What's her name?
I didn't get her name, but for purposes of note keeping, Bran, what is her name?
Oh,
Other than just calling her
your
muscle
cellmate.
lady.
Your cellmate.
Yeah,
You can
at
ask
some
her name
point-
if you like.
The
You
point is
said
that
at one point you would.
Jacyk wouldn't just ask it now, like, oh, by the way, what's your name? Surprise, we need
Okay.
a name for the.
Her,
It's just,
her name is Caecilia.
okay.
Caecilia.
Caecilia.
No, yeah, Jacyk doesn't have any sort of, like, spells to send out his thoughts. But he knows that you guys have, in the past, read thoughts. So he's just gonna be trying to, like, crew, this is Jacyk. I am in this room. I am... This is...
I love
and
the
then just
logic
repeat
behind
his message.
mindset. It's alright, my friends are magic, they can do that stuff. One of the friends are cleric,
Yep.
just going, I can't.
That's not how the Force works!
That's right. When we talk about our D&D rules as written, we want it written the right way, as in by George Lucas. Yeah, her name is Caecilia. And as you settle down into this meditative state, sending out this consciousness, nobody's going to hear you, because that's not how that is in fact how the Force works here.
One of them is gonna reach out to him, and he's gonna be like, I knew I was going to get you. But yeah, that's gonna be it for my sort of interaction with the guards.
Fantastic. Now, I would like a volunteer.
Nose goes.
Oh, well, I was wondering if you were going to tell us what for first.
No,
Oh, absolutely
no,
not.
volunteer. It looks like Dan. Dan raised his hand.
Dan, I would like you to roll me a D100, please.
Actually, Ruth, you raised your hand. I don't want to be responsible for screwing us over in hindsight.
I can't have them be mad at me for another thing.
Yeah, I've done a lot to mess with the party.
One thing isn't too bad. Like, I did that. But if I roll really bad, that's so much worse.
Yeah, honestly.
I love how
At
it's
least
like,
I was playing my character.
I love how it's like Leonid has done one thing to upset the party. The pH of this soil is too high. I believe I may die. Tallis hasn't even reached lunch, and she's done 19 things to piss them off. Fuck yeah, concrete.
It's charming when Tallis does
yeah,
it.
no.
Okay.
Alice Wilson.
Tallis, roll a D100.
I gotcha. Hold on.
Don't roll.
Watch it actually be something
Don't
terrible.
roll more than 90.
30.
Okay, cool. 30. Where's my list? No, seriously, where's my list? I was actually going. I've written it in one of my notebooks. Which ones? Oh, it was definitely my leather notebook. There's about 19 leather ones.
Right, the single leather notebook that you own and possess. Yeah.
Was it in this? Was it in my new one? It was in my new one. Okay. You said you wrote 39.
Yeah, 30.
30.
Even.
30. Awesome. Okie dokie. By the way, one of the coolest notebooks I've ever got in my life. That's all the class symbols of D&D.
Oh,
Oh.
neat.
And then
Oh.
it says classes. Dungeons and Dragons.
Nice.
It was made by a company called Art of Arkland here in the UK. So I met them at the Gaming Expo in Birmingham. They're lovely people, by the way, so if you want cool leather notebooks, go to them. This is not a plug or a commission or shit. I just found the notebook again and was like, oh, I remember that one. I really like the look of it. And then the business card was sitting right there. So, thank you for the roll. On that 30... the day passes fairly normally. Now, what I would like is, as this day is passing, I would like each of you to make a choice. You can choose to make an Arcana check. You can choose to make an Investigation check. Or you can choose to make an Insight check.
Insight. I know what I'm good at.
We're supposed to be good at one of those.
Oh.
Can I insight?
Guys are getting skills.
28.
Can I insight while flexing my bicep? Okay, so Tallis, you rolled a 28 on the insight, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, just let me write these down. So, Tallis,
I knows people
28
and things.
on the insight. Silas?
I don't know if I should roll Insight or Arcana.
Do insight.
Go for Arcana.
But I don't wanna. Okay.
Investigation.
I'm gonna roll Insight. That is a... What's 14 plus 18? 32?
Don't ask me to math.
Oh.
32 sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, 14 and 18 is 32. Fantastic. Jacyk, what about yourself?
I rolled investigation and got 13.
That's so good for you, baby.
It is really good. I was surprised.
He's like rolled a 17.
That was probably a whole 12 on the die.
He's rolled a 17.
Hey!
He's rolled a 17, and because of that, it actually ended up with 13.
It was an 11.
It was an 11. It was an 11. Now a 13.
That's higher than 10.
It is. I did okay.
And last and most certainly not least, Leonid.
23.
On?
Arcana, sorry.
I saw a kitty
Fantastic.
tail.
What?
Dan, he had a kitty tail.
Oh.
I also have
Sorry. Go ahead, Bran.
the rest of the
Sorry.
cat.
Based on those rolls, we are going to see quite some interesting things. But we're going to see what those interesting things are after our 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to take 15 minutes, then when we come back, our party might have just squeaked by with enough to do it on their first night. Or they could be going into day 2 in prison. Join us after our 15-minute break where we will let you know. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will see you after our break. Hello there, folks. Welcome to part 2 of this little session. When we left off, we had just done a whole bunch of lovely interactions between our party and their hosts for this evening. And then we had our lovely Ruthie roll as a D100 to see exactly how things were going to go for them. And would you know it, some shenanigans are gonna go down.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ew.
We like shenanigans.
So we do the best.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The best.
She's been taken by them.
Oh, the Midwest.
Oh. Ruthie used to move past people. Now she scooches on by there.
Uh-oh.
You forgot the op. Just
Oh.
gonna
Just gonna
scooch on
scooch on
past
past,
you.
Just
yeah.
gonna scooch on by there. Oh,
Get the fuck out of my way.
Ugh.
oh! I bet you're such a fan of cheese.
Hey, I mean, like, who
cheese
isn't?
is delicious.
Hold on. Like, I mean, I may be from Wisconsin, but like, come on, who isn't just like a fan of cheese?
The most Wisconsin thing about you was how defensive you got over being like, so you're
Cheese-
obsessed with cheese, and I was just like, what the fuck's wrong with that?
Cheese is amazing, but you don't have to be from Wisconsin to be obsessed with cheese. It's
I mean,
delicious.
I don't know.
I
I'm
mean-
lactose intolerant, and I don't have the best relationship.
That sounds like a deficiency.
I don't know. I think cheese to me isn't great. I think cheese is only good. Oh my god, I hate myself.
I got you.
Oh my god.
All right.
This is why.
Let's do
This
this.
is why I want to die.
I gotta watch the season finale of RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars season 9.
Ugh.
That's a thing.
That is a thing, yeah.
Okay. So, on a 30, which was the D100 roll, here's how it's going to go down. A couple of hours pass after you are all fed in your multitude of ways. Darkness descends on the place, or I mean, if you're one of the special kind of, D&D races you can play as, it may not be dark to you, it might be dimly lit, but it's all in grayscale. You feel that much closer to your dog because you can understand the way they see the world. But yeah, it goes to being quite dark. The only light being the flash every now and again of a passing star that happens to come through from the astral sea.
Was there a window
Yes.
in? Okay, I'm just trying to remember the description. The room was very bare, minimal.
Yeah,
the
so-
door was
so-
kind of flush.
Yeah, so as a reminder, 10 by 10.
Yep.
Very, very flat stone walls. Not marble, but that flat and smooth, you could be forgiven for thinking it was black marble.
Yeah.
The walls and the floor are made of the exact same stuff. It is horrifically cold, tile-like almost. Very, very bare. There's a bucket. There's 2 beds.
Yep.
That's what you got. But yeah, so the let me have looking at my map. Who would be able to see out into? Oh yes, okay. So Silas and Tallis, your cells have windows.
Wow. So you're saying my cell doesn't have a window?
I was like, I thought you said is there windows? I was like, oh yeah, there's not a single window in this entire building, not one. They're all just walking around in pitch darkness right now. No, so Lainid, your cell in particular does not have a window, but there are windows in cells. Silas and Tallis both have windows in theirs.
They just threw Leonid into the Mind Flayer room, hoping that, like, okay, maybe the Mind Flayer will deal with this, and we won't have to.
I mean, that's fair, but they forgot to take my one strength.
Yeah.
Lane
forgot.
is actually the Mind Flayer's lunchtime.
I forgot I have the urchin background, so I have thieves' tools and a semi-decent sleight of hand.
Yeah, there's no way we can get, like, the mechanism of this door. There's no lock to, like, lockpick. There's nowhere
Damn.
to push, pull, slide, or that's the problem.
There's nowhere to push, pull,
Never mind.
slide to the left, slide to the right, one hop this time, cha-cha, real smooth your way out of this. Okay?
Not with that attitude. Watch me do this.
Make me a performance
Are the
check.
what do the windows look like? Are they barred? Like, what's the situation?
So the windows are circular. And
Like, could I shove a human body through it? Kind of circular?
you could, it would turn into mincemeat, but you could.
Aw, darn. Wait, no, that's not terrible.
Mince
So-
meat?
Minsk will not fit through such tiny holes. Yeah, so it's like grated.
Okay.
Like a fine mesh. Oh, the amount of questions that have been asked, you throw me off my rhythm.
Sorry.
I threw off the Emperor's groove. The groove.
Beware.
Beware the groove. I hope that little man had a nice life. I hope he had a great existence. Right, so nighttime has come, and no torches are lit here, none whatsoever. Does anybody try to sleep?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't like to say try to sleep. I'm not like, okay, I'm gonna try. But having been up for a good while, Jacyk's going to, okay, we're gotta rest to recover and be ready to go. So unfortunately, he would start to pass out.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Well, if that's the case, with Leonid, not Leonid, with Jacyk saying that, like, not going to actively try and sleep, but, laying down, if he sleeps kind of thing. I would like you all, please, to... Oh, wait, actually, no, not all. Not all at all. No, that's absolutely wrong. I would like Jacyk and Leonid to roll me perception checks.
Perception. Womp womp. Oh, that's not too bad. 15.
What did I ever get for my insight check earlier?
28.
No,
19?
I know what I got. What did I get from it? Or is that something I find out later?
That's something that is going to come soon.
Okay.
Soon-ish.
Fair
Careful
enough.
what you
Soon-
wish
Continue.
for.
No, that's actually what's going to come in here. So the perception checks are going to come in line with this for you two because it's on your side. So these are additional for you guys. There's a rumbling that comes from beneath your cells. Since everything hits, since the guards aren't moving around, the other people who are kept in these cells are starting to settle down. You can hear this. There's a deep, rhythmic rumbling coming from beneath your cells. It seems to be quite expansive, covers like the entire kind of side. Leonid, what you will also get, based on the location of your cells, it's quite warm.
Quick,
Quite warm.
warm.
It's quite warm. Okay? Now, down to the passage of time. Tallis and Silas, with your insights. The highest of the insights being a 32 and the lowest being a 28. You're both going to pretty much get like the most you can get. Guards that patrol around here, they have quite a squirrely disposition. Like they are quite you know, if something bumps or moves, or like, you know, they're quite quick to look at, quite jumpy. Whereas before, the Githyanki you've seen outside of this place, they've been very poised, very I would say almost graceful in how they conduct themselves and how they hold themselves. But in here, these guards, they're very jumpy, very jumpy. Like somebody yells a bit loud, and they are like quick to draw weapons. The agitation amongst them, and this is not just like one or two groups, it's like all the guards moving around. The agitation is quite what's the word, tangible. With Jacyk, it was investigation you made, yeah?
Yes.
On a 13, which is what you got with investigation. There is noticeable attempts. Not noticeable attempts? No, not attempts. Noticeable checks made by these guards as they move around. You know, like they don't often venture inside cells, but they do, you know, give the doors like a push and make sure the doors aren't moving. They do check like the glyphs around about the locks and such to make sure there's no kind of flaws. They're quite stalwart in making these. They don't really mess it up. You don't really get a kind of sense of how they work, other than there's glyphs and there's definitely some kind of magic involved in it.
Yeah, as one would assume, there's magics.
Yes. Leonid, with your 23 in Arcana, these Gith that are acting as guards, when they move around, they all have kind of like the same uniform, but they also have like the same adornments. They have what appears to be some kind of bracelet, some kind of cuff, which when they get near one of the doors, the glyphs on the cuff and the glyphs on the door glow in synchronization. But there's also other aspects of it. These Gith, as they operate on their day-to-day, you can see them using magic, but you can't access your own magic, but they seem to be able to. But when they access magic of obviously more than a cantrip level, these cuffs glimmer, perhaps giving some kind of maybe protection from the anti-magic capabilities of this place. That would be an assumption that would be made. These are day one observations. When it comes to the night time, I was about to say when it comes to the nighttime activities, and I was like, don't say it in that voice, it will sound wrong. When it comes to the antics of nighttime and such, the heat on your guys' side, that's one thing. Tallis and Silas, I would like you guys to make me separate perception checks here as well, because I've also seen some things for you, which will come into play here.
I rolled a 9. 25.
Oh no, I rolled a 9. That's a total of 25.
Yeah.
That's a really low roll.
I rolled a 13. 25?
On a 25 from both of you.
My passive is higher. This is bullshit.
I should be allowed to use passive for everything.
I just think it's
I have a
funny.
passive 27 perception. I took the observant feat.
31 actually.
I'm
Thank
like-
you very much.
I'm showing,
Actually, it's 31.
I'm showing to Gouda.
Sorry, go ahead, Bran.
Actually, it's pronounced Gouda. You've completely thrown me off where I was now. That's great. Yes. So. Yes. Silas. From where you are, from your window, you can see the dock, like on the far expansive arm of this long calcified dead creature. You can see the docks, and you can still just make out those sails of the plane breaker. You can't see the actual plane breaker itself, but you can see the sails still bundled up on the masts. Tallis, you're over on the other side. So for yourself, Tallis, over on your side, you can see that around about here, around about the top of where you are, you seem to have quite a easy view of the entirety of Unarath. Potentially meaning that you are at maybe the highest point of any part of this Githyanki city. You cannot see Vlaakiths' palace, the palace that you were, observing from down on the city floor. So potentially meaning you maybe exist on the same space as it, or you exist on a similar level to it, but you are most certainly high above the city. You're talking like a good few. I don't know if you bear with me a moment. To everybody that's watching, I'm just going to flick over very quickly to a little landscape shot that I have of Unarath. You will see there's a floating city attached to its skull. To my party, I'm going to put this same image into the game images for you. Oh yeah, it's a rough image, man. Like them get. So I've just put it into the game images there, but if you're watching the stream, you can also see it there because I've just flicked over to it for us.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I like it.
Do you know I haven't watched Owl House? It's on my list. I should probably get round to
Do
it.
it. It's good. It's real good.
Okay.
It's wholesome. It's good.
I'll do it with gusto.
So wait, really quick. Are we in the floating eyeball chain building? Or is this the view from where we're at?
No. So you can see as if you're on a similar level or location to the palace attached to the skull.
Okay.
Whether you're actually there or not, you cannot tell as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. So. Yes, Tallis.
Did my message ever get to Leonid?
Yeah, she's trying to whisper yell at me.
Oh,
Because
jeez,
I
yeah,
tried to
sorry,
yell at
because I said to you not until we're done with that. I do apologise. Yes, by
No,
all
you're
means,
okay.
let's take a wee quick jump back. You're able to message Lena. That's my fault. I completely forgot
Oh,
that you wanted
okay.
to do
No,
that.
it's okay. I just wanted to make sure because I'm like, all of this info,
No,
if my
it's-
message got to Leonid, it would have been like, alright, bitch,
Absolutely
let's play
did.
telephone.
Absolutely.
Similarly,
did.
yeah,
You
Silas
are
Sharing
5,
info.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. You're 35 feet away from Leonid, yeah.
Okay.
You can get that
Cool.
done quite easily.
How's Silas from Jacyk?
5, 10,
Well, we know that
15, 20.
we're on opposite ends of this, so
But you're not like the exact opposite. There might be. I don't know. Well, we're how far?
You are 25 feet away from each other.
Oh, okay,
Jacyk
cool.
and Silas.
Aw.
Okay, cool.
So I personally would have, like, I mean, we can all role play it out, but if, like, with all this information, we would have been, well, Silas and Tallis would have been messaging everybody, sharing info.
Okay. I feel like the initial messages to Leonid and Jacyk, we should at least
RP
do
out
those.
to,
But then,
you know.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
everything after that, yeah. Cool.
Okay, so Tallis, you wanted to yell at Leonid. Take it away.
Yeah, it's just all you get laying it at first is just a very aggressive yelling of your name. In your head, of course.
New brain. Who this?
Nice try. So
Yes, we all know I didn't have a brain to begin with. Go ahead.
New psychic register. Who's this?
right. I'm gonna save the lecture for later.
It's so much worse when it's. Wait, can you just like give it now?
No, because that's part of it. It's the psychological torture of you get to deal with the fact that you're the one that fucked up this time.
You know,
I just want you to know, I have been in the hot seat for so long, and my God, is it amazing for somebody else to be blamed for the predicament we're in.
well,
I can't promise Silas won't save his, though. Silas may end up yelling at you.
Well, I guess happy to take over the role as the brash one of group. Yes.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this isn't a repeated incident.
I mean, to be fair, since we've been here, I have slammed a door in the guards' faces like 3 times.
Well, that's nice. I only threatened to erase their entire kind from existence, so honestly, it's pretty tame.
Slow clap from Tallis.
So, here's the thing though, when you fuck up, you then get to deal with the consequence, and it usually means that you have to contribute to solving the problem, so...
Well, on
on
that
it.
note, I have made some progress. I found a individual who has a lot of intelligence, also a lot of self-hatred. We're going to have to work on that. Really need to convince him not to kill himself after we get out. But...
Okay,
I'm-
no, stop right there.
He's-
Stop right there.
You forgot. There's one more piece of information you're going to want to hear.
Finish the thought.
He's a mind flayer.
Okay, yep, nope. Here's the thing. I've got my own kind of crazy here in my cell who thinks that a miniature giant space hamster is some great warrior. So I'm dealing with that, and my
She sounds
solution...
pretty reasonable. Why not? Honestly.
No. Shh. Here's the thing, Leonid. We're not picking up pets. We're not picking up pets on this journey. We're escaping the prison. And if they decide they want to escape too, great, but no one else is our problem except for us. Okay?
Can I just say it's really funny here in Tallis go, we're not picking up pets, but Tallis has got the complete white woman energy about any monster that you guys have ever came across. We're not picking up pets. Cue Hydra that is like dribbling acid. Tallis. I just think that's really funny, right? Just saying.
Well, I can have a plan ready for you by end of day for getting out, assuming you can communicate with the others and we can all coordinate. Yes.
Oh, right. I mean, me and Silas have got this. We've already been in communication. I believe he's hunting down Jacyk at the moment. So
Fantastic.
we'll all be able to speak.
We had our meal about a few hours ago. Is it same for you?
Brand timeline, I would have like just because I went to messaging like almost as soon as the guards left. So
at this message point, this would have been like, you know, no more than like 5-10 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Like I said, we're taking
Okay.
we took a wee kind of whoop back because I forgot
Yeah.
to allow Tallis to do this, so we took a wee bloop back.
Okay. We had a little delivery about 10 minutes ago. Is that about the same for you?
oh yeah, that's when I broke the guard's nose. Well, if he had a nose.
You can't break what's not there.
Fucking
Okay.
hell, guys! Leave the gift Yankee alone.
Fuck the Gith Yankee.
Okay,
Fuck
that's
the
good news.
Packers.
Wow.
Fuck the Packers.
Fuck the
Keep my
Packers.
team's name out of your goddamn mouth.
Go ahead.
That escalated so quickly.
It really did, man. It got very visceral. It's almost like there's a Vikings fan here. Yeah, guys, leave the Githyanki alone, okay? Like, it's hard enough.
They
for them as it is.
imprisoned us. I think we're allowed to make fun of their faces.
They're misunderstood.
They're misunderstood.
Misunderstood.
Oh
Fuck
my
that!
God.
I mean, listen, we all have things that we don't have. I don't have an ass, but you don't see me imprisoning people about it.
Yay! Let's all be fantasy races.
Whoa,
Whoa. Come on, man. Like, jeez. Fuck.
What are we doing here?
I feel
We're
like
making
it's
fun
fair
of
to hate
people
the
that don't have
Yankee.
noses, okay? Right? It's like making fun of Voldemort, except, you know, they also have ears. So,
Except this is a race.
they just don't have
Discrimination.
Anyway,
noses. Yeah, sorry. So you were, casually chewing out Leonid.
yeah. Just, we're on a similar timeline, it seems. So that's at least solid.
Okay, well, collecting information seems like a next good step. I know we're eager to get out of here. Perhaps, I don't have the ability to initiate the message, so perhaps we keep a chain going every few hours, report back what we find, and plan to do something at next mealtime, perhaps? If we have enough information, if not, we push it back one more.
I would agree. Good plan. I will communicate with Silas shortly. Anything you want me to pass along?
You know, he's been doing his hair differently recently, and it slipped my mind to not offer a acknowledgement and compliment of that.
Ah,
You could just,
right.
drop that casually, you know?
Of course, flattery. It won't help you, I promise that.
Yes, well, I know.
You know, it's a really shitty predicament that we're in, but honestly, I'm quite proud of you for creating this level of chaos.
Thank you. You know, it's bad when me trying to be a halfway decent person is getting us in more trouble than me being an asshole. That's definitely something I'm going to have to think about for a while.
Well, you just sit with that, and then she's gonna cut off the message.
Well, you just deal with that, bye. So Leonid, the message is cut off, and you can no longer hear Tallis.
Okay.
Was there
Silas, if you nothing else for Tallis will wait for Silas to contact her because she knows that he's trying to get a hold of Jacyk.
Yeah, Silas will cast message eventually in Jacyk's direction. And so while Jacyk is sitting there going, Silas? Leonid?
Oh yeah.
Silas is also sitting there going, Jacyk? Jacyk? Gets a lot of false, bad responses, and is just like, okay.
Well, I mean, the Jacyk would be there. It's like, Silas, is that you?
Oh, thank fuck, you're okay.
I'm
You're
glad
okay, right?
I'm glad you. Yes, I.
Well,
Fine.
granted
other
the
than-
current predicament.
Yes, being in a prison, I'm glad you got my mental messages. So,
Yeah, for sure.
we need to locate the rest of the crew.
Ahead of you on that track. I've already located Tallis. Tallis is locating Leonid. I've located you. We will consult with each other.
See, this is why I love you. You're already prepared.
What can I say? Always calm in the face of the frequent disasters we create.
I have a cellmate who is rather fit and able to assist in our escape operations. I assume others also have roommates. Cellmates?
I didn't talk to Tallis about any cellmates that she might have. I do have one. His name's Topo. He's got a unique build for a fighter.
So
He wants to get out.
okay,
I'm
that's
guessing.
all that matters.
Yeah.
And now that you say that, I realize I didn't ask this woman's name, and now I feel bad. Because if I ask now, it's going to be awkward. So maybe I just keep calling her Chief, Pal, and Buddy.
Hey, Buckaroo.
I will
Did
get her name.
She ever ask yours?
No.
Wait for her to ask.
Ah.
Make her the one who has to awkwardly reach out and ask you for
You're gonna
your name.
you say that, and Jacyk's just like this. He swears the next time he's gonna talk to her, she's gonna be like, "Hey, pal." So these two gods came to my room. They wouldn't enter the room. The doors seemed to be magically locked. We tried to lift it and move it. It won't move. Ultimately, we have to figure out how we can get out of these cells.
I reckon the guards not coming into your cells might have something to do with myself and Tallis.
How so?
I don't take orders very well. Neither does she.
I mean, the how
More
so
to
was
their
more
detriment
yours.
Than...
I understand her.
Yeah, no, he told me to go back against the wall. I did not. He whacked me with a club. His club dented. Yeah, right on the jaw, which, normally would maybe hurt, but I just dented his club. I told him to leave unless he had anything else to add, and he did. So...
Huh. We just did dips on our cots. So we didn't really do what they asked, but they didn't enter. I still have Toothy. I'm missing some of the other gear that I have.
Likewise, I'm missing my weapons and armor, but I do have certain magical artifacts that are at this point in time useless to me. I don't know how the magic barriers work. I can only cast very surface level things.
Okay, I was going to ask how you were doing this, just because I couldn't really do a ton of my spells, but...
My powers exceed even that of the Lich Queen Vlaakith. That's how.
That sounds like someone, and that sounds amazing.
Thank you, I made it up. Right, well, I'm so glad you're okay. Continue staying okay. Learn her name without asking.
Fair.
Good luck. You're fair. You can do this. I believe in you.
Oh, thanks. Keep me updated if there's any issues. Otherwise, Brain, if I remember correctly, the last time we played, she did mention, like, not outdoors time, but there was a, like, group time, no?
Yes, but she did also mention that it was few and far.
Gotcha.
Few and far between. Yeah.
So it was there is time given, but it's like, if there's like a day or two between it, then there's a day or two between it. It's not like it's...
Okay, it's very... Yeah.
Yeah.
So, there is a chance that we will be let out of our cells into a common area. Maybe that might be the time to meet up. Ultimately, I worry that would draw too much attention.
And take too much time, I'm afraid. Time passing here is very interesting because time is quite precious and operates under different rules. the longer we're here, we might return to Inatuma taken over by Davy Jones, or find out that it's actually yesterday.
Okay.
You never know.
Can your messages reach the ship?
I love you, darling. No. That's so far away. I can see it way out there in the distance.
Oh, Jacyk's gonna look to the window. Which side am I? Can I see the ship?
You don't have a window, so no.
Ah, beans. Jacyk's gonna like look. Is like, you have a window.
They'd never put a druid in a cell without a skylight. I'd wilt like a flower.
Interesting.
I don't know. I think I'm maybe in a corner or close to.
I assume the magic stopping the door also probably prevent escape through the window. Unless they don't expect anyone to try and leave through the window.
Maybe so.
So
we need to get a little more information. Notice what you can. For my part, I've noticed that the guards at night are far more skittish than they are during the day. This shift, they are highly agitated and not as confident. They're a little afraid of us. I think we can use that. And their agitation might be something we can use against them.
fair enough.
Let's play our cards. Let me reach back out to Tallis, and I'll keep you in the loop.
The next time the guards come, I do plan on trying to make an attempt to escape.
I think that's the plan for all of us.
Great.
We're all reasonably close to each other, or else these spells wouldn't work.
Oh,
so
good.
One person escaping could potentially mean one person dying, or one person letting out the rest of us.
Oh, okay. The dying part, but yes.
Well, we can't pretend that the risks aren't here, but we can pretty much ignore them. Now, I have a few, very, very few choice words for Leonid, and then I'll get back to Tallis.
Good luck.
Remember, we are all in this situation.
Oh,
We are going to
indeed.
resolve the situation,
Oh,
get back to our ship,
Indeed.
and then we will deal with this.
Of course. Of course. I would never say anything that... And then the line's just going to cut dead.
Ah, yes.
When you said remember, I honestly thought you were going to go, and remember, finesse.
Finesse.
Nah, he doesn't have to say that.
Leonid, you will receive a very, very monotone, well done. And then the line just goes dead.
Whoa, sends a message and then immediately blocks the return message? That's rude.
That's harsh, horrific behavior.
Well, that's
Back to Tallis.
I thought the forest raised you better.
I'm dead.
He was
No,
raised in
no.
a gladiatorial ring, Bran. What are you thinking?
I don't know, all I knew was there wasn't parents.
Oh,
Well, that
I
part
think
is
that shows.
rude.
Yeah. Remember, never forgive and forget. The trees have eyes and ears, and they resent and remember. That's what I learned.
That's understandable.
I always, I always keep forgetting that Silas was one weird animal fear away from being a vigilante.
Yeah, it was a little close.
Yeah.
He was either gonna go psycho killer or
Slothman.
peaceful druid route. Yeah, exactly. The difference, I think, is purely what herbs he discovers in his druidry.
So you've just chewed out Leonid.
Yes.
Is there any other conversations that have to be had, or is our little bloop back in time done?
I think at this point, it would just be everything that we learned from the rolls would be communicated to all. So,
cool.
I mean, you would be told by Tallis at some point that, oh hey, Leonid says nice haircut, by the way, in an attempt to.
All info is shared. Okay, so I've got that noted down. That all the information has been shared. You guys have told everything that you know about the bracelets, about how jumpy they're being, how skittish they are. Like all the information you've kind of collabed at this point is brought together. I'm assuming is that also going to include information about your cellmates?
What we know about them, I think, yes. I would certainly share that we have people who are looking to either escape or not escape. Leonid and Tallis have both mentioned Minsk, Minsk and Minsk. Yes, Minsk, whatever. And the Mind Flayer. That's not Omelum, but we keep calling it Omelum.
It's because Minsk is there, so there's Omelum.
Yeah,
it's not.
And then Caecilia, which is just such a powerful name.
For a powerful woman.
Hell yes. And I think Silas would say to Tallis, I think at this point then, the plan is casually lure in a Githyanki guard when the next mealtime comes around, take their bracelet, slap them over the side of the head with it, and start casting spells.
Hear me out. I and Leonid both could
I only care about one of those things right now.
Fair enough.
Ooh.
One of us could potentially take the bracelet without the guard noticing and use it to get our doors open. And then, I mean, at that point, with how jumpy these motherfuckers are, like, honestly, one of us getting out of our cage, they're all going to lose their shit. We could take them down, even with the simplest of spells, with how jumpy they are. Or they just run, who knows. But I think that is our best option right now, is us trying to slip one of the bracelets from them.
I only worry. These guards are going around on routine checks, according to Jacyk. He's not sure the exact pattern of them. But if these bracelets are used to use their magic or to open cell doors, its absence would be quickly noticed.
Yes, but I could also quickly get out. And at that point, then it's just, free-for-all? I mean, at the same time, here's the thing, is if we just take the bracelet, they're going to immediately notice right then. If we sneak it from them, at least we have a few seconds to gather everything.
Okay.
The other
Play
thing
your
is,
cards first, and if that doesn't work, me and Jacyk are going to get a little...
hands-on.
Yes.
Great. She'll cut the message, or she'll just, I'm gonna tell Leonid. We'll both make an attempt.
Silas will communicate that with Jacyk.
Yeah, and she'll send a message to Leonid. Alright, dig up your rogue skills, whatever they might be, and I need you to get a bracelet off from the guards. And I'm going to attempt the same thing. The bracelets can get the doors open, and potentially give us our magic back.
That sounds like a good idea. Though, in recent times, I've learned that I should receive second opinion. Give me 1 second. Can I turn to Obellum? Excuse me. Is that his name?
Oh, it's
No.
O'Malley.
We don't know it. What is his name?
Is what we were joking who he is, but yeah.
Everybody's making the joke
You
that
haven't got it-
because
you haven't-
Minsk is here, then the Mind Flayer must either be Omelum or the Emperor.
The
from Baldur's
Emperor
Gate 3.
themselves.
If it's the Emperor, I'm gonna kill him and then myself back to back.
You're either dealing with
Wait,
Omelum or
Leonid,
Baldur
romance them.
himself.
You gotta get the achievement, dude.
I'm not getting the achievement. I'm sorry.
I think
I'm
you,
being
I think
inquisitive.
you gotta fuck them, man. I think
you
you
fuck
gotta get
'em.
the
You're out of
achievement.
You do.
Baldur's Gate
at this
3
point-
will
Completion
forever
run,
be the
man.
only game
Completionist,
I never
yep.
100%.
Nah.
Oh, I
I'll do
absolutely got that achievement.
I'll do everything in Baldur's Gate 3, but I ain't doing that. It's like the Meatloaf song. Well, I would do anything for love, but I'm fucking doing that.
Okay, to be fair, and this is it's the personality that gets me. Like, genuinely, if he was a chill dude, if he wasn't a freaking
Manipulative piece of shit.
Yeah, honestly, for the achievement, it's for the achievement. But
You didn't see the appeal of Edward Cullen either, did you?
What I really hate
Edward
about
Cullen?
Twilight.
Oh no, I didn't.
So uncivilized.
What I really hated about the Emperor was the whole, like, I'm so misunderstood. Being an elephant is not a bad thing. Then you go, really? Are you sure? And he goes, well, and then shows you that he did exactly what Mind Flayers do. Like, it's like, I'm not a bad person, but you did what they all do. Don't use logic against me.
Withers does say they don't have souls. I don't know.
And everybody
I don't
knows
know.
that if you're going to trust anything, you're going to trust somebody who used to be the literal god of death.
I mean,
Seems like a chill dude.
kinda. Like, hell yeah, Jurgle. Let's go.
I'm being genuine. Like,
Yeah.
like, people are talking about, like, Miracle, Baal, and Bane, and I'm sitting going, motherfucker, Jergal, like, all the way. Like, all the way. I trust that man with my life. And my death.
And death.
Yes.
There it is.
But yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn to the Mind Flayer. So you seem to have a good amount of information. How likely do you think it would be for us to little magic finger work the gloves off hands?
My kin are well trained in what they do. Your skills would have to be exceptional. Are your skills exceptional?
While he's talking, is he wearing clothes?
Yeah. You're all wearing
Okay.
the same kind of thing.
While he's talking, can I try and pickpocket him?
You can
Oh,
bear in mind, okay, and you can still do this if you want to, but he talks using telepathy. So he's going to know what he's in your head.
I mean, it's
But
less of trying to actively deceive him and more like, let me show you what I can do, and you tell me if it's good enough.
but like
Okay.
telepathy doesn't mean he reads all of your thoughts. It's just that you have mental conversations, like you both send each other.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, cool. Go for it. Try me a sleight of hand check. But as he's conversing with you, he is looking at you. So I think that'll be with disadvantage. Because he's looking at you. I don't know how else to put it. He's looking right at you.
No, that's fair. That's
So
fair.
it's
Okay, well, let's see what
disadvantage.
we can do.
Watch him get like a 19 and an 18.
No, that's not good. That's an 18. I rolled a 2, so
I only rolled a 2. Okay. He's looking right at you. He rolls an 18 on the die. With his perceptive capabilities, that's a total of 26. So as you can move your hand quite skillfully, if you weren't being completely observed in a wide open space, his hand just goes. It just looks down at your hand and goes, "What are you doing?"
Well, I was trying to steal from you, but usually this is usually a two-man job, where one person is actively distracting. Frankly, they're terrified of you, which I figured would be a good opportunity to distract them while I do a little pickpocketing from one of the lesser of them. Not to mention, I have this little, well, I have a tendency to be lucky in the right moment. This was not it. If you think it's possible, I think it's worth a shot. If you feel like it is impossible, we can find other plan.
I think it is possible, but unlikely.
Do you have a better plan that could involve 4 people, one of which could probably break the bars on his own, or at least bench press someone who's walking into his food? Would you recommend a more direct approach? You know these people in the prison much better than I do.
That will do it. The elephant will sit down and then it will turn its head to look at you and say, I've been observing the solar cycles within this part of the astral sea for some time. Every 4 days, for a brief period, the solar cycle eliminates the glyphic protections of this room, of this floor. Tu'unarath exists with its own atmosphere, but the tallest point of this particular tower, known as the Dragon's Wing, exists just outside of that atmosphere, therefore can be affected by the natural occurrences within the outer space. For a small time, these doors will be susceptible to standard acts of villainy and vandalism. You would also have magical capabilities back for that time. I estimate it to happen within the next day.
Okay.
So perhaps, it seems to me this place runs on a significant amount of order, yes, and typically, in my experience, providing a opposing force of chaos is usually the thing that breaks that the best, as opposed to careful plans, which often have countermeasures already in place. What if at the moment of this lapse in security, everyone in the vicinity acts at once? I could have it arranged to communicate to the other prisoners, as many who are willing, break out, cause chaos, and we all fly away.
Were we to escape these cells, we would have to then traverse through guards located on this floor. We would then come to somewhere between 1 and 5 particular magical warded glyphs, which would trigger alarms to separate individuals. Should we make it past those, we will then face down in no small manner do I say these words. I mean it incredibly literally. There will be a dragon defending the way out of this floor.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
Then
I like our odds.
Then you would have to make your way towards the elevator, move the platform down. I am assuming you came here with belongings.
Yes, a few.
There is also the location of these belongings in order to stand a chance. Should you reach the bottom floor of the Dragon's Wing, you will find yourself on the same floor as the elite guard of Vlaakith, as well as the labyrinth which leads to her throne room. At this point, it will no longer be an attempt to recapture. They will be coming to kill you.
Well,
YOLO.
we've done worse. So that does sound concerning. If we had, let's say, half of the individuals caged here fighting alongside us, what do you put our chances of survival at?
If I were to fight alongside you, significantly higher.
Are there others like you in this place, or of similar hill?
Everybody in the Dragon's Wing is here because Vlaakith has some kind of vendetta or goal to enact upon them.
Well, you said that you tried to spread the truth about Vlaakith, and it didn't work, correct?
That is correct.
Is it possible that in the power vacuum, people would be more open to the truth about your Prince of the Comet?
I imagine that they would be receptive if Vlaakith were to be removed from power.
Okay, so we wait until this eclipse or whatever phenomenon happens. We break out, we recruit as many of the prisoners as possible, get past some wards, kill a dragon, kill a Lich Queen, head out. No, I'll have to run this by my subordinates, and I can't promise they'll be available, but it seems like the most straightforward approach.
That sounds amicable to me. Ensure your subordinates are prepared for almost certain death.
I mean, you wouldn't recommend something else, would you?
I would recommend accepting your fate. But
Okay, so on one hand, definitely dying. On the other hand, maybe dying.
yes, that seems accurate.
In that case, maybe dying doesn't sound too bad. I'm going to pass that information to Tallis.
Quick question. Amidst all of this magical glyphs, everything being affected by atmosphere, I don't understand any of that, whatever. Can we just simply bring down the magical barriers? Can we break it all in the midst of that chaos? Is there a way to shut all of it down?
I'll pass that information to the Mind Flayer. That question.
He will say that there would be someone who is capable of dropping all of the warded protections around this place, but they would be one of Vlaakith's high guard. They would be incredibly difficult to take down. But if you could take them down, you could drop every single protection around this place. Essentially, you'd get the skeleton key and break open the prison.
Well, Tallis, this is your quest that has taken a bit of a few detours. But I don't know if we're going to be able to find the Bloodsinger without approaching Vlaakith. So while
Yeah,
this
no,
does seem difficult, it might
This
be
is
the only way.
basically our option. Here's how we do this. Silas and I will work on communicating with the other prisoners if we're able to in some way. When your friend over there
Oh yes,
is
we
able
are
to
quite
tell us
close.
is able to tell us the exact moment, come up with a signal, some kind of code word that I need you to basically just shout from your end of the prison. At which point, we'll signal for the other prisoners and we make a break. And
Can you
see
hear
who
me?
survives. I don't know. Make a bird sound really quick.
I'm going to hoot once like a barn owl, twice like a screech owl.
Am I able to hear him, Bran?
Yeah,
I can-
yeah.
I can
He's
do
like
it.
he's like 35 feet away from you.
Do 13 dwarves and a wizard come to your aid when you
I
do
hope
that?
so.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
So I mean,
Woohoo!
great. So
Snow
so I
White.
can hear you. So yeah, when your friend tells you that it's the moment, make that sound. I will signal the prisoners, should they be on our side, to escape. I'm gonna go talk to Silas.
Yes, could you make sure to
He
Raise
didn't
that as-
respond to the hair compliment. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I figured I wouldn't get away that easily. Could you make sure to check with both Jacyk and Silas that this is a plan that they are willing to go through with? Because we can workshop. I do think this, given the fact that it's a little riskier than our average escapades, that we need.
At the end
Consent
of
on
the
every part.
day, we're going to be facing all of those things, regardless of what plan we go through. So I think releasing all of the prisoners is our best chance of distracting most guards.
As do I.
yeah.
But I do want to make sure that we are all on the same page moving forward.
Fair. So she'll hang up and hang up. Bye, bitch.
Instead of like dial tone.
She'll essentially communicate this plan to Silas, and so I mean, at the end of the day, prison break for everybody, increasing our chances of survival, and we can see if we can contact the other prisoners to get them on board.
I have 1,000,001 bad things to say about this plan.
Me too. But at the end of the day, it
What
sounds
other
like the most
options do we
solid.
have?
Yeah. So here's
Okay.
what's going. Everybody, you know what? You're gonna know the signal when you hear it. I'm gonna make the most obnoxious, loudest possible signal. In true Tallis fashion.
Realistically, we should head up, not down. Down will take us to the bottom of the Dragon Wing, out into the labyrinth. But that's why I think the warden, or whatever controls the security of this prison, would be up. If we go up for them and release all the prisoners, that's chaos in the city and less eyes on us specifically.
Fair.
Then we can reacquire our stuff. But going up to the warden without our stuff and fighting them and then making it down for our stuff, that doesn't seem plausible, does it?
Do we know that the warden's above us?
No, I'm guessing, which is another thing too.
Bran,
Yeah.
I have a question.
I potentially have an answer.
Toothy was able to make it through
Toothy
because appears as nothing, substantial.
Yep.
I have glamorous armor that looks like street clothes. It does not look like Tallis is wearing armor.
They look you have described them as fancy as fuck. Like you look good. But you're
I
right,
look
it
good.
it
You
doesn't
know,
look like armor. It
that-
looks like
Yeah,
It
that
looks
is
like
true.
clothes.
That is true. You have always made it clear that your armor, while being armor, is made to look like clothes. So in that case, yeah, I would say your armor.
So in that conversation, Tallis will be like, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but if I get my magic back, I'm perfectly fine. I mean, I could be better with some of my other things, but...
They took away my fur wraps and my walking stick. I'm really upset about that.
I'm really sorry. Maybe next time you should wear something that looks less.
My God,
don't
they
know.
took my spiked shoulder pauldron.
Their hides covered in galaxy print.
I love how
They're
for
not
any,
that
I
special.
love how for any other of my parties, losing all your items would be debilitating. You guys, nah. It's just made it slightly challenging.
Did they take my boots?
It raises
Or
the
my
challenge
cloak?
level for sure.
No, my exact stipulations were they would they're Githyanki. They don't deal much in magical trinkets. It's powerful, shiny weapons or gleaming
Oh, I have all my
magical
shit
armor.
then.
So
So, just
Would they-
because would they have taken my bag of holding?
no, again, no, I don't think they would have. Like I
Okay.
said,
So I
weapons
probably
and
still have my
armor.
blood vial. I'm assuming I don't have my whip though.
Your whip is definitely a weapon.
Yeah.
That
So
is
I
definitely
pretty
a
much
weapon.
like
Also the fact
my blood
of,
vial I would have.
Also the fact of 3 Githyanki stood next to it and died. So
The Githyanki interns that were like just coming by to see the prison and being like, "Oh my God, this is
Not
so
the kids
exciting."
on the field trip.
I was about to say it was a really horrible bring your son to work day.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Dad.
Uh,
What's
For those
that?
of you
Oh,
who
it's a
don't
whip.
know,
It's a whip we confiscated.
Tallis has the whip of Erebos, and with it you have to roll to get like random things. And one of the random things they got was anything that is I think it's like CR0.
It's like a quarter or something.
It's CR either CR half or CR quarter. That gets within 10 feet of her just dies. Also, all plants die, just die. So there's been running jokes that we've had to make common villagers like CR1 just to make sure Tallis isn't murking entire villages just by stepping foot in them. But yeah, so follow the trail of dead Githyanki to where your whip is.
It's
Would-
zero CR or plants immediately die.
0 CR or plants.
Oh, it is
Yeah.
0. I thought it was like a quarter or something.
So basically, just like commoners and shit, like die.
Would they have, in that case, thought to take hide armor and a staff?
So I will say a staff could be seen
That's
as a
fair.
weapon. Hide armor again. The Githyanki have fought barbarians before, so they would still see hide as armor.
So, ultimately, I think some of us would be fine going straight for the warden, some of us wouldn't, so I say to give us our best chance, we go down, we get our shit, we go back up, kill the warden, and let chaos ensue.
By going down, we trigger alarms that sound off for the rest of the facility.
Do you want to take the chance against the warden
No.
without your stuff?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That'll be a cakewalk.
Alright, let's go for it then. So I mean, at that point, it would be an effort of trying to talk to other prisoners. I'd only really be able to do it to those I could see through the bars, but
I would just want to confirm really quick. I would message Jacyk and tell him what we just discussed. Worthwhile plan to you? Or I feel like we always do better guns a-blazing than we do with tactical approaches, you know?
Having a general plan is best. Things change. We adapt. We have an idea. We follow that idea until we can't, and ultimately, someone is going to do something, and we are going to roll with it.
Yeah.
None of us have died yet. I mean, relatively. So we should be good.
I do think that freeing the prisoners is a good idea, not because I like freeing prisoners per se, but more just because it's bodies between us and them.
Fair, yes.
Great. signal will come. And when it does, you will likely be able to rip through your bars.
Door? Do you have
Yeah.
bars?
Well, I have bars over the window, and I have
Ah, yes.
some bars on the door. Not all. Like, there's a little window on the. You should be able to take the door down. And if not, we'll let you out.
We'll give it a shot.
Great. All right. Well, then, with everybody informed, it would be a matter of timing, just the waiting game.
Yeah. I want to try to convince Minsk.
You want to try and convince Minsk to do the breakout?
Yeah.
By all means. So Minsk at this point is just kind of standing. I don't know why, but every time I imagine Minsk being idle, he's just standing facing a wall, going.
Yeah, that tracks.
But yeah, he's just kind of Minsk is being Minsk. It's the only way I can describe what he's like right now.
Alright, look, pal. Here's your options. You can sit here and rot in this prison and never see your precious miniature giant space hamster ever again. Or you could take the risk, try and get out, and possibly see your best friend once more.
That's gonna be a persuasion check, but I am gonna give you advantage because you basically used Boo against him.
Oh.
And Minsk's only weakness is Boo.
18?
On an 18,
you said advantage, didn't you?
Yes, with advantage.
Sorry. Let me roll one more time. We'll see if that... Nope. 18.
Minsk turns to look at you with a look of hurt and then anger, and then he breaks and his lip curls and he sniffs.
Oh god.
It is true. Boo would be ashamed of Minsk for the fear he has felt. I believe that the only thing to do in order to save my furry friend and his furry tiny belly is to join you. We may die, but we will die for Boo.
Absolutely. Dying for Boo.
One question: who's Boo?
And she's just, alright, look, here's the plan. There's going to be a signal. You're going to know it when it happens. At that point, you need to break these doors open. Okay? All the magical gods, everything's going to be down. I just need your pure brute strength to break this door down.
Hope you are aware that Minsk has an intelligence of 6, and you're relying a lot on him knowing what this signal is.
I guess seeing the confused look, she'd be like, alright, look, I'll just tell you. I'll just say, Minsk, do the thing.
That is good. Minsk always works well when he is told exactly what he is to do. Or at least so Jaheira says.
Jaheira sounds like a smart person. So, when I say do the thing, what is it that you're going to do?
Minsk is going to take hold of the door's buttocks and pull! Butt kicking. For goodness.
Yes. And then, so at that point, I've got my buddy on board, and whatever other prisoners decide that they want to give it a shot.
You guys can actively hear echoing to yourself, Jacyk and Silas. It is echoing down the corridor. Respectively, Jacyk, it would be down to your left. Silas, it would be down to your right. Leonid, you can hear it to your left and just slightly in front of you. you can hear from Tallis' cell, you can just hear, "Tonight we dine on justice!"
Okay.
So now we wait.
Love that response.
Okay, there's a crazy person in one of these cells.
Just okay.
Is that what they're called?
I guess
Someone's
hey,
a
Minsk,
justice
we
person.
do want to, not let the guards know that anything's happening. Just, subtlety.
You wish for
are you
Minsk. You wish for Minsk to enter stealth mode.
Yes.
Stealthy butt kicking for goodness.
Yes.
When evil's buttocks are presented, Minsk will smack ever so stealthily.
You've got this, buddy. You've got this.
I feel like we need to get Dave Bautista to play Minsk, just because of how similar Minsk and Drax obviously are. Minsk, in fact, has experience at stealth because he moves very slowly.
So
So slow. Okay, so you've convinced Minsk. Minsk has been recruited into the escape party.
Yay!
What of the rest of you? Would you like to convince your jailbreak partners, or are you happy to let them rot in their cells?
So my partner already kind of said she's up, so I'm just gonna be at the moment, just be like, you in? And yep, we're gonna go for it. If she doesn't want to, she doesn't want to. So Jacyk's not gonna try or say anything.
Everybody else going into in-depth conversations with their cellmates. Jacyk, want to break out? Yeah, cool.
It's now or never. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yep, your cellmate Kycelia is completely up for breaking out. Silas, Leonid?
Silas will, after he's finished with all of his communications, he's kind of... Topo might think he's kind of weird because he's spent this entire time basically in like a meditation on his bed. But he'll just kind of snap his eyes open and say, it's coming soon. The only chance that you will likely have at making it through this next day alive. Do you want to come with me? Or do you want to be part of the fodder that goes to their slaughter?
Topo, who's been sitting kind of cross-legged on the floor, kind of straightens his back up. I've been here for so long, I don't even know if I could remember how to function outside of here.
Of course you could. Do you assume that you are a fixed being? You adapt, you grow, you change. You have the power to do all of these things. You are a being of flux. This has been your life, and now you could have another. I think the only true crime would be to be content with giving up this life. These Gith think that freedom is something that they can take or give on a beck and call. That autonomy is something they can command. I refuse to reinforce such ideas.
When are we doing it?
Tomorrow, the magical wards protecting these cells are going to go down. And then I'm going to blast that door off of its hinges. We'll meet up with my crew, and we'll get out of here. Once I have my power back, and you've helped us get through the first bit, I won't make you come with us. I'll pull out the orrery, and I'll say, I will send you and any of the other allies we have who are unwilling to go into the greater fight somewhere where you'll be safe. Somewhere back to Faerun, maybe. Waterdeep. Baldur's Gate.
Alright. I'll help any way I can.
Thank you.
You see the water that he gets, and usually he's like straight away, like straight for the water. You see that he puts it aside, as if like saving it for later.
Mm.
And he will take his hair, and he pulls all his hair back, and he takes like a leather cord from his hand, and he wraps it so the hair's all out his face.
Mm.
And
You know, as
sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was, if are you?
I was just going to say that as he does that, with the hair suddenly out of his face, it opens up like a full view of his physique. And as much as it is, it's a very rotund and very barrel-shaped physique. Like, nothing jiggles.
Mm-hmm.
This is like God of War Ragnarok Thor.
Sure.
You know, like the big barrel body, but it's like a power built. It's like a power lifter.
Yeah.
This man looks incredibly strong.
You sure he doesn't undo his robe and a pillow falls out and he starts doing
It's
fucking
one-handed
one arm?
pull-ups. No,
Fucking
Yeah,
pulls
yeah.
like Iroh.
no. He's
There's
definitely more rotund than Iroh. There's on this Iroh like physique after no. He's very, very rotund. It is a very rounded figure, but it is like when you see him like move as he does when he's pulling his hair back, nothing's flabby. This is like Eddie Hall, how he looks like really, really round and but everything is absolutely solid.
Silas says, I've known one other like you.
What'd they do?
The way you move, you swagger, sway. Seems like uncontrolled movement, but it's not. It is very precise, calculated. It's intriguing.
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
Okay. Whatever you say, boss. And Silas will lay back on his bed and wait.
You have convinced Topo to take part in the jailbreak. Leonid, you've already got this. You've already got your mind flayer. He's already told you the information, but can you convince him to fight with you? Do you want to try?
Yeah.
Okay. Take it to yourself.
Looks like this is all going down tomorrow. I don't usually encourage people with a death wish. But do you believe in a higher power of any sort? Or are you just floating in existence?
Everything is floating in existence.
Yes, but some people, you know, they decide to cling to some idea of order or organization to the madness.
You are asking if I believe if there is a being above all who coordinates and writes how we live our lives.
I mean, yes and no. I don't. One being doing it all, that's. Well, I just mean, is there something that you have to believe in? Something that you trust to get you through day?
I have a daughter.
What I was going for, but that will work. Working now.
It wasn't what I was planning to use against them, but I guess so. I believe that every day I wake up knowing my daughter is alive and well and safe is a day that I can choose to survive.
Well, looks like the only way to survive in the next 24 hours is going to be to fight for our lives. Are you willing to continue that sentiment when you're up against those guards?
It will mean almost certain death for anyone who chooses to fight.
I'd like to be a little more optimistic than that, but frankly, I'd rather die trying than die waiting.
What do you believe in?
It's a good question. I believe that each morning we have an opportunity to be slightly better than we were the day before. If we choose to actually try. You can give up and just live a very bland life of, well, quite routine, like we have here. Or you can literally give up and stop living, which is, well, most people, things must be pretty bad for them to choose that. Personally, I like to think of each morning as a brand new start. Try and be a little better than yesterday. It's definitely a lot easier with people around you.
Could you make me a persuasion check, please?
I don't know why I rolled twice. I didn't have it there.
You got this.
I rolled a 13 both times, so persuasion, that's gonna be 30.
If you can help me retrieve my belongings that I was brought here with, then I will help you fight. But I will not risk my life for others. If it is their time to fall, it is their time to fall.
I'll tell you what. You don't have to. I'll make that my job tomorrow. We'll get your belongings. You fight for what you believe in.
Very well. I will make it known when the solar occurrences happen. At which point you will have a very short space of time to enact your plan.
Well, regardless of your belief system of whether or not there's a higher power, I've always been of the opinion, can't hurt to ask, so I'm gonna go do that.
Then I believe all that is left to do is to wait.
Suppose so. I look forward to fighting with you tomorrow.
Orpheus decrees that only a fool looks forward to war.
I was more looking forward to the piece that follows.
Interesting.
So I forgot, does my cell have a window or not?
Leonid, no, you don't.
Dang, okay. I guess before long resting, can I don't know. I'm gonna just pick whatever the back wall is. Just kind of stare at it for a bit. Like out loud, but not super loud. Like kind of under my breath and be like, okay, I never figured out this whole like entreating a higher being for a help thing. So I don't know if this works. Maybe I need like some kind of incense or flowers. I'll figure I'll give it a shot. Looks like a lot of people might die tomorrow, and that's a little scary, especially when that's kind of on my hands, and it's my job to prevent them from doing so. So if there's any help that you could give to keep us alive long enough to remove this Lich Queen who seems to defy nature itself, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Give me a religion check.
Ooh.
Okay. That's a 17.
Now roll me a D100.
$79.
In the distance, all of you will be able to hear a dragon's roar. That's a normal occurrence to hear here. You're surrounded by red dragons. But Leonid, to you, the roar sounds a little different. Whereas red dragons, it roars like an echo in a cave. Yours sounds more like a roar that would echo inside of like the inner hull of some kind of large metal contraption. Sounds like it's got a bit of a metallic roar to it. What it could mean, however, you're unsure. You've all convinced every one of your cellmates. You have a plan. Now it's the waiting game. Is there anything that anybody has that they wish to set in motion before the solar flare hits?
No.
Nothing for you. Okay.
I'm trusting my team.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Tallis?
Yeah, just a question for the DM.
Of course.
Looking at Charlie's notes. Where the fuck is Faulkner?
Ah! I was hoping someone was gonna ask this. You don't know. You can
Like-
it's safe to assume he's probably in a cell like yourself.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah, so then before all of that, I'm gonna let this be that Tallis just totally forgot about Faulkner until just now, and she's gonna be like, oh fuck. And then she's gonna like send out message trying to see if Faulkner is within 120 feet.
I love how I looked at the image, I looked at the map and went, is it commit? No. No. Absolutely not. No.
Okay. So that's all. Knowing he's not within this area, she'll be like, all right, make a mental note, find that dumbass.
Find that dumbass who you forgot about until now.
I mean, we just got captured. That's all. He shouldn't have gotten captured and should have been running around doing his Faulkner thing.
I absolutely adore how it was like, Tallis and Silas talking to each other, and Tallis being like, so what are you doing? And then Silas being like, oh, I'm gonna, message my soon-to-be husband, the man I love, and I'm going to ensure he's okay. And Tallis went, sounds dope. I must stare at the wall.
To be fair, it's my fault. It's a player error.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Tallis
Don't
is,
blame Tallis.
Leonid, anything that you would like to enact before we go into that? No? Okay. Then we will leave session there, and then the next time we play, as a full warning to everybody that comes into this, it will be a session mostly consisting of death traps or combat. So it's going to be a slog of a session. Okay? Be prepared for it if you come along to watch, which we really, really hope you will. Now, just based purely on the last bit of conversation there, I'm going to give you a wee cutscene. I wasn't planning on it, but I'm going to do it. Imagine the camera panning out of, we will say, Leonid's cell. Moving to the left, about 15 feet, it enters into like a square antechamber. And then imagine as it moves another 20 feet down a corridor in front, passing through two very strange doors which seem to open by uncoiling away from each other, into a room which has a huge red dragon curled up, asleep, which would be why Leonid could feel like the heat, as he was the closest to it. Passing through that, it comes to a triangular platform moving up and down, and on the other two sides of this triangle you see two other corridors. It moves to the one to the left, it shoots down past another red dragon, passed down into the same kind of shaped corridor, dips down into the left angle of that, coming towards a corner point where almost touching Jacyk's cell. There would be a cell with two people sitting in it. One, a humanoid-looking person with this kind of like deep chestnut skin, black beard, tied up in a hair, hair tied up in a bun, and just kind of sitting going. So let me get this straight. You've been here for days. And despite not hearing from anyone, you're convinced that they're gonna come and save you. And across from him was Faulkner just going, yeah, I'm sure it'll happen. They wouldn't forget about me, right?
Oh.
And that is where we'll end today's session. Thanks for coming to see us, guys. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Okay, I thought the jailbreak was going to get done today, but you guys decided to do you guys decided to throw a curveball and do the smart thing. I don't always expect that with you guys. Next session, though, guys, I do mean this wholeheartedly. It will be another quick ask of, is there anything quick to be done? And then it's going into
Slogfest.
I know I always do say it. I don't like to say there will be combat or there will definitely not be combat, because you guys
There
will find
will
a way
be.
This is happening. It's going to be a session consisting of, I wouldn't be surprised if the full jailbreak, all the combat, including getting to Vlaakiths and doing all that, is about the next 3 sessions. It's going to be full on combat and dodging death traps.
Am I allowed to, because there's the whole anti-magic barrier thing, can I switch out my spell list?
Yeah,
Druids can usually do it on a long
yes,
rest,
because
but
that's a class feature. So yeah, Yeah, you can still do that. So yeah, again, the usual kind of warnings that come with that, guys. Be prepared for character death, NPC death. I know everybody likes Faulkner, but he is an NPC, which means that technically he is disposable.
Yeah.
Also, I know that some of them exist in canon, but as I've said, I believe in multiversal theory. Therefore, canon to me is flexible. The people you bring along on this can die.
Huh.
So be prepared for that as well. I mean, realistic methods of death, you're dealing with Githyanki. Death by disemboweling, decapitation, blades, blood, splatter, all that jazz. But also, potential for being burned and being eaten.
It would not be the first time.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Ruthie looks confused when I say eaten.
Ernest,
Dragon.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, since when do fucking Githyanki just like gnaw on their
Nom.
victims?
Yeah. Yum yum.
It is a Lich Queen.
I do have one quick question.
Yes.
I'm fairly certain about it, but I know there had been tales, rumors of a level up post Bloodsinger. I'm assuming that's post Bloodsinger being dead, not post Bloodsinger.
Yes, that is
being
post
sent to-
Bloodsinger being killed.
Ah.
As we do milestones here on World Tree Quest, you gotta complete the quest before you get the goods.
You know, dead and sent to space. Is there a difference?
Listen, just because the problem is no longer your problem, it still makes it a problem. It's just somebody else's problem. Okay?
No,
You
that's
guys
fair.
chose to pursue the problem, therefore you gotta fix the problem. Alrighty. So, with that being that, thanks for everybody coming to see us. Do go and check out, as I said before, go check out our Twitter, where you'll be able to see the application sheet for our Dragon Age campaign. I am going to be usually I like to do 5 players. I feel D&D works really well with between 4 and 5 players. For the Dragon Age campaign, I'll be following the example of the games, and I'll be sticking to 4 players. 4-player party, so I'm looking for 4 people to play. I have been in contact with Green Ronin Publishing, and they've been exceptionally helpful. I'm also I've spoken to one of their kind of media outlet guys, and they've basically said that they would look into giving us some giveaway stuff as well. So yeah, this is going to be really, really fun to get involved in, guys. Completely new system, absolutely fantastic to play, very easy as well. All you need is 3d6 and the world is easy. But do bear in mind, please folks, Dragon Age is not D&D. It is, to be very specific in how it is worded within the Dragon Age rulebook, this is not the type of fantasy where an elf rides a unicorn through a magical forest glade. This is dark fantasy. It deals with dark themes. It's not like D&D where you can avoid certain things. In order to play Dragon Age, you do have to accept that there are darker themes that are there, but know that at my table those darker themes will always be vilified. Okay? They will always exist for you to smack them. Other than that, that's everything from me. Go check out our social medias at World Tree Quests, and if you want to see me, you can go see my face at Son of Asgard on TikTok. I'm not really doing much, but I do plan on doing stuff in the future. Other than that, I'm going to pass on to my players. Let's start with Dan. Anything that you'd like to plug at all, Dan?
No, except for the Academy on Sunday nights, where in, I think, our first day of class, we have discovered a secret society / cult, and a library has been exploded on our first day.
Well done.
Also, birds have been poisoned, which is minor, but still disturbing. I don't know who would ever convince someone to do that. I mean,
Absolutely not got a clue.
Yeah, that's true villainy right there.
I don't know who would do that. So,
Yeah.
Charlie, anything you want to plug?
What have you been up to lately?
Convincing people to
Con-
poison birds.
Convince any gullible wood elven royalty to poison any birds lately.
Not my fault. The Willowwinds are dumb as rocks.
Oh!
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just this and Sunday's campaign for me. I don't know if we're playing this Sunday. We will not have our darling Achillea with us, but if everybody else is still good to go ahead, then we will probably continue. We have just we have just witnessed attempted murder most foul in the restricted section of the library.
That was from
And
you
our-
murdering birds with poison, right?
Oh no, this is
No,
A
it's
murder
not.
most foul.
oh god.
Yeah.
I actually forgot to say this. Yeah, the attempted murder is
Of Randuin!
It's
Of
Randuin.
Randuin!
Yes. Sorry, we might have almost killed your kid, Tallis.
Yeah, we did nothing. We were just there.
Yeah, we were just there. We were just there.
Randuin kind of
None
got
of us had healing spells 'cause we're
Randuin
level
kind of
1.
got shivved.
Probably.
He got shanked.
It was probably Aurora von Zarevich, which is by the name Strahd von Zarevich's daughter, who, I
You guys,
mean, runs in
leave
the
my
family.
child alone.
If we left your child
Just
alone,
because
you'd be
you
bleeding
said
out on
that?
the floor.
No.
So.
Look.
No, I
don't
might
know
try to
anything
romance
about
him now.
but based off of his parents, he's probably a real hot fucking mess.
Probably
Yeah,
fucked up real bad too. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
probably real fucked up.
Hey,
It's a lot of trauma.
This guy's either got the biggest ego on the planet or no self-confidence whatsoever. Like,
Oh, he has massive mommy issues. Are you kidding me? Having Tallis for mom? He's got mommy issues.
Oh yeah, because his dad's a fucking standout, right?
I never said that.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
You were saying
Sunday for the Academy, Friday next week, hopefully. Maybe Friday for next week? Is that yes for everybody?
What?
Friday next
Gen
week?
Con. No.
No,
Yes.
Ruthie and I are
That's
going
right.
to be in Gen Con next week. Woohoo!
So
Nice.
there'll be no session next Friday. Or there might be. I don't know. I might do a one shot. We'll see. Keep the spot open. We'll see what happens. Thank you very much, Charlie. What about yourself, Ruthie? Have you got anything you would like to discuss?
I'm just here.
You're just
On Friday sometimes.
just here on Fridays sometimes. It's only been 3 months. Okay, fantastic. And on to yourself, Guilford.
So yeah, I am a part of Loaded Dice Adventures, which happens Mondays, 7:30 p.m. CST. We are going to be dark this coming Monday because I'm going to be out getting ready for Gen Con and everything, and we will be back the following week, so you can check us out Monday, what is that, the 8th, 7:30 p.m. CST, Loaded Dice Adventures on Twitch. We are... God, what the fuck are we doing? Oh, we are trying to go find a magical axe at the bottom of a pit, and it sounds like there is basically a Balrog down there. So we have talked to the dwarven elders and conscripted our friend who is a dwarven scout who is now terrified and drinking himself to death. So we are going to try and get him safely down to the bottom of the pit, get us an axe, and safely get him back out, or die trying, or him die because he is just an NPC. That's what we're doing.
Fucking rough. I'm not gonna lie, man. That sounds rough.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Do go check out Loaded Dice Adventures. Always a lot of fun to see them. If that's everything from my players, that's everything from me, then that means that's everything from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests, here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we've had my amazing cast. We have had Ruthless Rogue. We have had Big Gilly Sales. We've had Charlie 182.0, and we've had Just Dan. From all of us here at World Tree Quests, good night, stay safe, Gith have noses, and it's fucking funny, okay? Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good fucking night. I'm sorry, it is just funny that they don't have noses.